Αξιότιμε εκπρόσωπε του Σεβασμιωτάτου Μητροπολίτη Ζυχνών και Νευροκοπίου. Αξιότιμοι υπουργοί, εκπρόσωποι της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης. Αξιότιμοι κύριοι βουλευτές, εκπρόσωποι του Ελληνικού Κοινοβουλίου. Αξιότιμοι εκπρόσωποι της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης πρώτου και δευτέρου βαθμού. Κύριοι περιφερειάρχες, κύριοι δήμαρχοι, αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι μας, πρόεδροι θεσμικών φορέων παραγωγικών τάξεων. Είμαστε βαθιά συγκινημένοι. Απόψε, η δική σας παρουσία σηματοδοτεί το ξεκίνημα ενός νέου μεγάλου θεσμού, το Amphipolis Forum. Βρισκόμαστε στην Αμφίπολη, που υπήρξε ιστορικό σταυροδρόμι πολιτισμού. Βρισκόμαστε όμως στην Αμφίπολη, που έχει και ένα άλλο χαρακτηριστικό. Είναι το σημείο που ενώνονται δύο περιφέρειες. Είναι το σημείο που ενώνονται 4 περιφερειακές ενότητες. Εδώ ακουμπάει η περιφέρεια Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας, εδώ σε αυτό το σημείο ακουμπά και η περιφέρεια Ανατολικής Μακεδονίας και Θράκης. Εδώ ακουμπάει η περιφερειακή ενότητα της Θεσσαλονίκης, των Σερών, της Καβάλας και πολυκοτά της Δράμας. Το πρώτο Amphipolis Forum που διοργανώνει ο Δήμος της Αμφίπολης και ο Όμιλος Εταιριών Κουρτίδη έχει στόχο να στρέψει και πάλι τα βλέμματα σε αυτόν τον ευλογημένο τόπο. Έχει στόχο να στείλει μηνύματα σε όλη την Ελλάδα ότι αυτός είναι ένας ξεχωριστός τόπος με ιδιαίτερα χαρίσματα. Οι απόψινοί μας ομιλητές και εισηγητές είναι σπουδαίοι. Έχουν πολλά να πούνε και ουσιαστικά έχουν εστιάσει σε μια περιοχή πολύ σημαντική. Είναι η περιοχή που ξεκινάει από το στριμονικό κόλπο, όλο το παραλιακό μέτωπο μέχρι και τη Θάσο και οι 3 νομοί, Δράμα, Καβάλας και Σερών. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό να πούμε πως το πρώτο Amphipolis Forum έχει την αιγίδα και αποτελεί τιμή για όλους μας του Υπουργείου Μακεδονίας Θράκης, της Περιφέρειας Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας, της Περιφέρειας Ανατολικής Μακεδονίας, του Επιμελητηρίου των Σερών, του Επιμελητηρίου της Δράμας και του Επιμελητηρίου της Καβάλας. Κυρίες και κύριοι, σε πολύ μικρή απόσταση από εδώ, πριν από 10 χρόνια, ξεκίνησε μια αρχαιολογική ανασκαφή. Τα ευρήματα αυτής της ανασκαφής εντυπωσίασαν όλο τον πλανήτη και τα βλέμματα ανθρώπων κυριολεκτικά από όλο τον πλανήτη έπεσαν εδώ, σε αυτόν τον τόπο. Εκείνη την εποχή, πρωθυπουργός ήταν ο κύριος Αντώνης Σαμαράς. Ήταν προσκεκλημένος απόψε, έκανε κάθε προσπάθεια μέχρι και τελευταία στιγμή να μπορέσει να παραβρεθεί. Δεν μπόρεσε να αλλάξει το πρόγραμμά του και μας έστειλε ένα γραπτό μήνυμα το οποίο θα μεταδώσουμε στην οθόνη. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε την έναρξη των εργασιών και νομίζω ότι η απόψινή βραδιά θα σηματοδοτήσει μια νέα σελίδα για την ανάπτυξη της περιοχής. Να είστε καλά, καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του Φόρουμ.
Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα για το Φόρουμ που γεννιέται σήμερα σε έναν τόπο με πολλούς συμβολισμούς. Το πρώτο αναπτυξιακό, επιχειρηματικό και οικονομικό Amphipolis Forum διεξάγεται στο συνεδριακό κέντρο του Δήμου Αμφίπολης και πραγματοποιείται με φόντο τον περίφημο αρχαιολογικό χώρο. Έναν χώρο που βγήκε στο φως από τα σπλάχνα της γης της Μακεδονίας, αποκαλύπτοντας μοναδικούς θησαυρούς, που συνθέτει ακόμη και σήμερα ένα απαράμιλο μοσαϊκό της ελληνικής ιστορίας. Όλοι οι συμμετέχοντες στο φόρουμ βρίσκεστε αυτή τη στιγμή σε απόσταση αναπνοής και από τον περίφημο Τίνκο Καστά. Εδώ, όπου τα εντυπωσιακά ευρήματα της ανασκαφής έκαναν όλους τους Έλληνες περήφανους, επανέφεραν τη Μακεδονία μας και τον ελληνικό πολιτισμό στη διεθνή επικαιρότητα και προκάλεσαν για μιαν ακόμη φορά τον παγκόσμιο θαυμασμό. Άλλωστε, η Αμφίπολη καταγράφηκε στην ιστορία ως ένα λιμάνι, κλειδί του Μακεδονικού Βασιλείου, καθώς και το ορμητήριο για την επέκταση του ελληνικού εκστρατευτικού σώματος προς την Ανατολή. Παρέμεινε μάλιστα μια ισχυρότατη πόλη και στα μετέπειτα χρόνια, ενώ υπήρξε πολυσήμαντος ο γεωπολιτικός και γεωστρατηγικός της ρόλος, μέχρι και τη δύση της Μακεδονικής δυναστείας. Εύχομαι ο θρυλικός αυτός τόπος να συνεχίσει να σηματοδοτεί όχι μόνο την κληρονομιά του παρελθόντος του Κουβαλά, αλλά και τις επιχειρηματικές επιτυχίες του σήμερα και τις αναπτυξιακές προοπτικές του αύριο. Είχα την τιμή να διαπιστώσω και προσωπικά ως Πρωθυπουργός ότι είναι ένας ευλογημένος και πανέμορφος τόπος, με υπέροχους και φιλόξενους κατοίκους, ξεχωριστούς τουριστικούς θησαυρούς και σωστούς επιχειρηματίες που αγαπούν την πατρίδα τους και επενδύουν σημαντικά στην περιοχή. Ήδη, με αυτά τα δεδομένα, το μέλλον της διαφαίνεται λαμπρό. Για τον λόγο αυτό, εκτιμώ ότι οι σπουδαίοι ομιλητές, εισηγητές και συντονιστές που συμμετέχουν θα εξάγουν χρήσιμα συμπεράσματα που αφορούν τις αναπτυξιακές προοπτικές της ευρύτερης περιοχής. Ανηλυμένες υποχρεώσεις δυστυχώς δεν μου επέτρεψαν να είμαι σήμερα κοντά σας. Εύχομαι όμως από καρδιάς στο Δήμο Αμφίπολης και στον Όμιλο Κουρτίδη που οργανώνουν το πρώτο Amphipolis Forum, καθώς και σε όλους τους φορείς που το υποστηρίζουν με την αιγίδα τους. Καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριο και να ακολουθήσουν πολλά ακόμα.
Υπάρχει ανάμεσά μας ένας άνθρωπος που όταν άκουσε την ιδέα για τη δημιουργία του πρώτου Amphipolis Forum, ήμουν μπροστά, μπορώ να σας μεταφέρω την εικόνα, σηκώθηκε όρθιος και είπε ναι, εγώ αυτή θα τη στηρίξω και με τη δική μου υποστήριξη αυτό θα γίνει ένας μεγάλος θεσμός. Ο Δήμαρχος της Αμφίπολης, κύριος Στέργιος Βρασανλής, στο βήμα παρακαλώ.
Σεβαστέ Πατέρα, Πάτερ Κυρίλε, κύριοι Υπουργοί, κύριοι Βουλευτές, κύριοι εκπρόσωποι της κυβέρνησης, αξιότιμες κυρίες και κύριοι, εκλεκτοί σύνεδροι. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και τιμή σας καλωσορίζω εδώ, στην καρδιά της Μακεδονικής γης, στον ιστορικό Δήμο Αμφίπολης, στην αρχαία Αμφίπολη. Σας καλωσορίζω στο πρώτο Amphipolis Forum. Μπορεί να ακούγεται μεγαλόπνοο για έναν τόσο μικρό, αλλά συνάμα ιστορικό δήμο, όπως τον Δήμο Αμφίπολης, να θέλει να διοργανώσει ένα φόρουμ. Αποτελεί ωστόσο για μας μια προσπάθεια, η οποία επιθυμούμε να αφήσει το αποτύπωμά της και να καταστεί θεσμός, ώστε ο τόπος μας να αποτελεί διαχρονικά έναν τουριστικό, πολιτιστικό και αρχαιολογικό πόλο έλξης. Είμαι αισιόδοξος και βαθύτερα πεπισμένος ότι οι συζητήσεις και αναλύσεις του φόρουμ θα είναι σημαντικές και θα αποτελέσουν την αφιτερία για να προβληθεί ακόμη περισσότερο η περιοχή μας. Είμαστε εδώ σήμερα με κοινή πεποίθηση ότι όλο αυτό το εγχείρημα προϋποθέτει και μπορεί να αποδώσει καρπούς με τη συνεργασία και τον συντονισμό τοπικών αρχών, κράτους, ιδιωτών, φορέων και κατοίκων της περιοχής. Μιας περιοχής με πλούσιο φυσικό, ιστορικό, πολιτιστικό και τουριστικό απόθεμα. Η γη του μυθικού Ορφέα, βασιλιά Φιλίππου και Μέγα Αλέξανδρου. Γενέτειρα του δικού μας, του αείμνηστου Προέδρου Κωνσταντίνου Καραμαλή. Σταυροδρόμοι λαών και πολιτισμών, μοναδικός συνδυασμός βουνού και θάλασσας, προδοσιακών χωριών και παραθεριστικών οικισμών, του σπουδαίου αρχαιολογικού χώρου όπου βρισκόμαστε, με το Μουσείο Αμφίπολης και τον τύπο Καστά, που ευελπιστούμε να καταστεί σύμβολο τουριστικής ανάπτυξης και κορυφαίος τουριστικός προορισμός στα χρόνια που θα ακολουθήσουν. Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τους διοργανωτές, τον Όμιλο Κουρτίδη, και δεσμευόμαστε ότι ο Δήμος Αμφίπολης θα στηρίζει ενεργά και θα είναι αρρωγός αντίστοιχων πρωτοβουλειών. Εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του Φόρουμ και σας ευχαριστώ όλους εσάς για την παρουσία σας.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Δήμαρχε. Δύο άνθρωποι εμπνεύστηκαν αυτή τη στιγμή. Περισσότερο όμως εμπνεύστηκαν και όλα όσα μπορεί να ακολουθήσουν μετά από τη σημερινή μας συνάντηση. Και ευχόμαστε αυτά που θα ακολουθήσουν να είναι μεγάλα, υποφελία όλων των κατοίκων των περιοχών που περιγράφουμε. Καλώ τον πρόεδρο του ομίλου Κουρτίδη, τον κύριο Νίκο Κουρτίδη, και την αντιπρόεδρο του ομίλου, την κυρία Κωνσταντίνα Δημητρόβα, ως εμπνευστές αυτού του φόρουμ, στο βήμα.
Αξιότιμοι προσκεκλημένοι και ομιλητές, κυρίες και κύριοι, σας καλωσορίζουμε στο πρώτο Amphipolis Forum που μέσα από μια κοινή πρωτοβουλία διοργανώνει σε αυτή την ιστορική περιοχή ο Δήμος Αμφίπολης και η εταιρεία μας. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή και χαρά να σας έχουμε όλους εδώ, σε αυτόν τον πανέμορφο τόπο που συνδυάζει ιστορία, πολιτισμό, παράδοση και φυσική ομορφιά. Εξαιρετικά τιμητική όμως είναι και η εμπιστοσύνη που μας έδωσαν προσφέροντας την αιγίδα τους το Υπουργείο Μακεδονίας Θράκης, η Περιφέρεια Κεντρικής Μακεδονίας, η Περιφέρεια Ανατολικής Μακεδονίας Θράκης και τα τρία πολύ δυναμικά επιμελητήριά μας, Σερών, Καβάλας και Δράμας. Έχοντας απόψε απέναντί μου όλους εσάς τους πιο σπουδαίους επιχειρηματίες, νιώθω ιδιαίτερα ικανοποιημένος. Η έμπνευση και η ιδέα για την υλοποίηση μιας νέας αναπτυξιακής δράσης που μπορεί να εξελιχθεί και σε ένα μεγάλο θεσμό βασίστηκε στη σκέψη μου ότι σε έναν τόπο σαν το δικό μας, μέσα από παράλληλες επιχειρηματικές πρωτοβουλίες και προσπάθειες, όλοι εμείς μπορούμε να πετύχουμε επιχειρηματικά θαύματα για το αύριο, για το μέλλον. Στην τελική φάση, οι νέοι μας είναι αυτοί που θα βιώσουν τα πολύπλευρα ωφέλη. Σήμερα, ως οικοδεσπότης, θέλω να είμαι ο πιο αφοσιωμένος ακροατής αυτών των σημαντικών προσωπικότητων και των ομιλητών που ανταποκρίθηκαν στην πρόσκλησή μας. Φυσικά, όλοι με πραγματικό ενδιαφέρον αναμένουμε να ακούσουμε την κατεύθυνση των εισηγήσεων. Σήμερα, χάρη στην παρουσία των τόσο σημαντικών ομιλητών, αισθάνομαι ότι η Ελλάδα στρέφει και πάλι το βλέμμα της στην Αμφίπολη. Και είναι πολύ σημαντικό αυτό. Ο στόχος του συνεδρίου μας είναι φιλόδοξος, αλλά και απολύτως εφικτός. Η ανάπτυξη της ευρύτερης περιοχής. Και όταν λέμε ευρύτερη περιοχή, εννοούμε όλο το παραλιακό μας μέτωπο. Από τον στριμονικό μας κόλπο μέχρι τη Θάσο. Από τους νομούς των Σερών, της Δράμας και της Καβάλας. Σήμερα θα επικεντρωθούμε σε τρεις βασικούς τομείς: τις υποδομές, τον τουρισμό και τις επενδύσεις. Ξεκινώντας από τις υποδομές, είναι γνωστό ότι η περιοχή μας διαθέτει τεράστιες δυνατότητες. Η ακόμα μεγαλύτερη βελτίωση των οδικών δικτύων, η υλοποίηση της δέσμευσης για κάθε τους άξονες, η αναβάθμιση των λιμανιών μας και η επιπλέον ανάπτυξη των αεροδρομίων είναι απαραίτητα βήματα για να καταστεί η περιοχή μας ακόμα περισσότερο προσβάσιμη και ελκυστική για επισκέπτες και επενδυτές. Περνώντας τον τουρισμό, η Αμφίπολη, η Θάσος, το παραλιακό μέτωπο συνολικά, αλλά και οι περιφερειακές ενότητες Σερών, Δράμας και Καβάλας έχουν μεγάλα πλεονεκτήματα. Ταξιδεύουμε όλοι συχνά και επισκεφτόμαστε ορισμένους από τους μεγαλύτερους προορισμούς του κόσμου τουριστικά. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να το πω όπως το αισθάνομαι. Ναι, δεν υστερούμε από πολλούς κορυφαίους προορισμούς. Ήδη έχουμε κάνει αποφασιστικά βήματα στον τουρισμό. Το project Αλεξάνδρου Χώρα είναι σε πλήρη εξέλιξη και στην τελική φάση του επανασχεδιασμού όλες οι ενότητες του. Όπως γνωρίζετε, θα είναι κάτω από την ομπρέλα ενός πολύ μεγάλου μπραντ παγκοσμίως. Και έχω επιλέξει σήμερα, για πρώτη φορά, εδώ σε αυτή τη συνάντηση, να κάνουμε και την αποκάλυψη του ονόματος του ξενοδοχειακού συγκροτήματος. Πραγματικά μας γοήτευσε αυτό το όνομα, μας εγωίτευσαν όλα αυτά τα πράγματα. Εδώ μαζί μας σήμερα είναι και ο άνθρωπος που με την ομάδα του μας έδωσε αυτή την πρόταση και θα την ακούσουμε στη συνέχεια. Πρέπει όμως να μην σταματήσουμε να επενδύουμε σε σύγχρονες τουριστικές εγκαταστάσεις, στην καινοτομία και ταυτόχρονα να συνεχίσουμε να προωθούμε τη βιώσιμη τουριστική ανάπτυξη που σέβεται το περιβάλλον και την τοπική κουλτούρα. Θα επαναλάβω τη φράση. Με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον. Ναι, έργα με σεβασμό στο μέλλον των παιδιών μας. Τέλος, όσον αφορά τις επενδύσεις, η περιοχή μας προσφέρει πλούσιες ευκαιρίες για επιχειρηματικές δραστηριότητες, με πολλά περιθώρια για ανάπτυξη. Ως Όμιλος, έχουμε ιεραρχήσει πολύ ψηλά την οργάνωση της υποδοχής επενδυτών. Νιώθουμε ότι είναι και δικό μας καθήκον να δημιουργήσουμε ένα φιλόξενο επενδυτικό περιβάλλον, με υποστηρικτικές δομές που θα ενθαρρύνουν τις επενδύσεις και κάνουν τους επιχειρηματίες να αισθάνονται ασφάλεια. Γενικά, η συνεργασία με τοπικούς και διεθνείς επενδυτές είναι απολύτως καθοριστική για την εξέλιξη του τόπου μας. Και ακλόνητη πίστη. Πίστη σε αυτό που ξέρουμε, σε αυτό που θέλουμε και σε αυτό που μπορούμε. Με αυτές τις αρχές πορεύτηκα στο επιχειρήν μέχρι σήμερα. Με αυτές τις αρχές δουλεύουμε σκληρά κάθε μέρα, υλοποιώντας το όραμα του ομίλου μας. Συνοψίζοντας, η επιτυχία του στόχου μας, δηλαδή η ανάπτυξη της ευρύτερης περιοχής, θα βασιστεί στη συνεργασία, την καινοτομία και την αποφασιστικότητα όλων των παρευρισκομένων, με συντονισμένες ενέργειες και κοινό όραμα. Μπορούμε να μετατρέψουμε την περιοχή μας σε ένα δυναμικό πόλο ανάπτυξης που θα ευημερήσει για τις επόμενες γενιές. Δίχως να γνωρίζω το περιεχόμενο των εισηγήσεων, είμαι απόλυτα βέβαιος ότι αυτό που θα μας μείνει έντονα στο τέλος των εργασιών του φόρουμ είναι ότι το μέλλον των παιδιών μας είναι στα δικά μας χέρια και ότι η σωστή ώρα είναι τώρα. Το πιστεύω ακράδαντα. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους για την παρουσία σας και την υποστήριξή σας. Εύχομαι το Amphipolis Forum να είναι η αρχή μιας νέας εποχής για την ευρύτερη περιοχή. Καλή επιτυχία.
Κυρία Κωνσταντίνα Δημητρόβα, αντιπρόεδρος του Ομίλου Κουρτίδη. Ο λόγος εσάς.
Κυρία Βανίδη, είχαμε παραγγείλει αεράκι, αλλά νομίζω το παράκανε. Δεν ξέρω πώς θα διαβάσω. Αγαπητοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, σας καλωσορίζουμε στην σημερινή μας πολύ ξεχωριστή συνάντηση. Πριν από χρόνια κάναμε μια πολύ στρατηγική επιλογή. Να μείνουμε πιστοί και να δραστηριοποιηθούμε σε αυτό τον τόπο που μεγαλώσαμε, αγαπήσαμε ως άνθρωποι, αλλά και που πιστέψαμε ως επιχειρηματίες. Ήταν τα χρόνια που οι σιρήνες ηχούσαν έντονα και με πίστη να προχωρήσουμε σε εύκολα άλματα, σε περιοχές πιο κλαμπερές και πιο προβεβλημένες. Για εμάς δεν υπήρξε καν δίλημμα. Η επιλογή μας ήταν αυτά τα παράλια, τα δικά μας, η Θάσους, η νομή Σερών, Δράμας και Καβάλας, να είναι τα μέρη που θα δραστηριοποιηθούμε. Απόψε λοιπόν, που βρισκόμαστε ανάμεσα σε τόσους πολιτικούς και επιχειρηματικούς παράγοντες για να συζητήσουμε για αυτόν τον τόπο, νιώθουμε μια ικανοποίηση και φυσικά δικαιωμένοι. Ζήσαμε και δραστηριοποιηθήκαμε εδώ όταν όλα ήταν αλλιώς, όταν όλα ήταν πολύ δύσκολα. Στο σήμερα, βάλαμε εκτιμώ τη σφραγίδα μας στην εξέλιξη της περιοχής και φτάσαμε να την βλέπουμε να μπαίνει εμφατικά στο τουριστικό και επενδυτικό χάρτη της χώρας μας. Η καθημερινή τριβή μας με επενδυτές από ολόκληρο τον κόσμο, η ανταπόκριση τους στο άκουσμα των ποιοτικών χαρακτηριστικών της περιοχής μας, είναι απλά μία επιβεβαίωση ότι οι προοπτικές ανάπτυξης στο μέλλον είναι απεριόριστες. Με όλους αυτούς τους επιχειρηματίες, μέσα από την υποστηρικτική δομή που δημιουργήσαμε, το One Stop Shop, έχουμε πλέον μία δυνατή και δεμένη σχέση. Προσπάθησα με ελάχιστες φράσεις να περιγράψω αυτό που είχαμε όλοι σαν εικόνα στο πρόσφατο παρελθόν. Αυτό που όλοι βλέπουμε σήμερα, αλλά και αυτό που με βεβαιότητα βλέπουμε ότι έρχεται αύριο. Είναι αλήθεια ότι τίποτα και καμία αλλαγή δεν γίνονται τυχαία. Από το 2020 θέσαμε ως όμιλος σε εφαρμογή ένα φιλόδοξο πλάνο με στόχο το άνοιγμα της περιοχής σε νέες αγορές. Αυτό το σχέδιο υλοποιήθηκε στο ακέραιο, παρά το γεγονός ότι μεσολάβησε η σκληρή περίοδος της πανδημίας. Μόλις το επέτρεψαν οι υγειονομικές συνθήκες, πραγματοποιήθηκαν δεκάδες οργανωμένες επιχειρηματικές αποστολές και συναντήσεις της διοίκησης και των στελεχών της σε χώρες που πριν κάποια χρόνια δεν θα μπορούσαν ούτε καν να φανταστούν ότι θα έδειχναν ενδιαφέρον για την περιοχή μας. Συνολικά, μόνο μέσα στο χρόνο αυτό, το 2024, βρεθήκαμε σε 12 διαφορετικές χώρες. Δημιουργήσαμε σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης και έχουμε συγκεκριμένα επενδυτικά αποτελέσματα από όλες αυτές τις αγορές του εξωτερικού, κάτι που επιβεβαιώνει ότι αυτή η περιοχή τώρα ξεκινάει, τώρα ανοίγει την αγκαλιά της σε μεγάλους επενδυτές. Στοχεύσαμε και πετύχαμε πραγματικά αποτελέσματα στη Νέα Υόρκη και στο Σαν Φρανσίσκο στην Αμερική, στις Κάνες στη Γαλλία, στη Φιλανδία, στην Πολωνία, στη Ρουμανία και σε πολλές άλλες χώρες. Η Κουρτίδης Group δραστηριοποιείται στο real estate, την κατασκευή, στις επενδύσεις και τον τουρισμό και αισθανόμαστε άμεσα τις αλλαγές και κάθε αισιόδοξο μήνυμα που προκύπτει σε αυτούς τους τομείς. Επιπλέον, χάρη στο πλούτο αυτού του τόπου, είδαμε και εμείς τη δική μας εξέλιξη ως εταιρεία. Η παραγωγική αλυσίδα που κινείται γύρω από τη συνολική δραστηριότητα του ομίλου Κουρτίδη έχει πλέον 700 κρίκους, δηλαδή 700 οικογένειες. Ας μην ξεχνάμε ότι εδώ σε αυτή την περιοχή βρίσκονται τα πρώτα γραφεία και οι κορυφαίοι agents σε αγοροπολισίες, σε πράξεις και παραγωγή στην Ελλάδα. Η έκφραση «τα πρώτα» δεν είναι σχήμα λόγου. Ούτε τα γραφεία real estate, πέριξ της πλατείας Συντάγματος, ούτε της Πάρου, ούτε της Κρήτης, ούτε κάποιας άλλης περίφημης περιοχής είναι στη θέση νούμερο 1. Όσοι επιχειρηματικές αυτές επιτυχίες που αντικατοπτρίζουν ως ένα βαθμό και την εξέλιξη της περιοχής δεν περιορίζονται στην Ελλάδα μόνο. Είναι εδώ μαζί μας και ο πρόεδρος της Remax Greece, η οικογένεια στην οποία ανήκουμε και εμείς ως Remax Choice, ο κύριος Σαμολαβάς, ο Στέλιος και ο κύριος Χρήστος Σαμολαδάς, οι οποίοι μπορούν να επιβιώσουν αυτά που λέμε και παρακάτω. Πέρα από τα ευρωπαϊκά κορυφαία βραβεία, κάπου εκεί στα παγκόσμια συνέδρια real estate, παράδειγμα, στο Las Vegas, αναρωτιούνται πού είναι στο χάρτη κάποια γραφεία και κάποιες περιοχές με το όνομα Κάργιανη, Παραλίο Φρυνίο, Καβάλα, Θάσο, που διακρίνονται και πλησιάζουν τα παγκόσμια βραβεία. Ανάμεσα και πάνω από τα γραφεία της Νέας Υόρκης, του Βερολίνου, του Παρισιού και του Λονδίνου. Όλα αυτά τα στοιχεία οδηγούν σε ένα ασφαλές συμπέρασμα. Δημιουργήσαμε και δημιουργούμε υπεραξία στον τόπο μας. Επιπλέον, οι εξελίξεις που παρατηρούμε καθημερινά μέσα από την δραστηριότητά μας στην κατασκευαστική και στον τουρισμό απλά συνηγορούν και επιβεβαιώνουν τις αισιόδοξες εκτιμήσεις μας. Θα μου επιτρέψετε να κλείσω το χαιρετισμό με λίγες σκέψεις και πολλές εικόνες από το κοινό μας τόπο. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θυμάμαι την περιοχή μας πολλά χρόνια πριν. Ήταν ένα ακατέργαστο κομμάτι γης, αλλά με πολύ δυναμική. Σήμερα η περιοχή μας είναι φιλόξενη, όμορφη, λαμπερή και είμαστε περήφανοι γι' αυτό. Αυτή η αλλαγή και αυτή η ανάπτυξη δεν ήρθαν τυχαία. Εδώ δραστηριοποιείται ένας δυνατός όμιλος, ο όμιλος Κουρτίδη. Αυτός ακούμπησε τα όνειρά του σε αυτόν τον τόπο.
During the summer, it is flooded with people as tourists from Greece and abroad are attracted to the kilometer-long, beautiful coastline and the crystal-clear, blue flag-awarded beaches. Thousands of visitors have the opportunity to discover Amphipolis, the ancient crossroads of civilization and historical events, as well as other historical monuments of the area. Everyone enjoys the unique local cuisine and dozens of sightseeing getaways and many amazing activities.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Υπέροχες εικόνες.
Thank you very much for these wonderful pictures from this wonderful region. And it is a great honor indeed for the first Amphipolis Forum to be operating under the auspices of the Ministry of Macedonia and Thrace. Thank you very much, Minister, for being here, and please come forward for a brief address.
Good afternoon. Your Reverence, we always start with the church. We always start with the church so that we have the best of success in our work. Dear guests, Mr. Kourtidis, and all the other Macedonian businessmen, dear friends, why are we here at the heart of Macedonia? The one and single Macedonia, Greek Macedonia, which does not have only antiquities, which are national certificates for its history, but also is the birthplace of very significant figures that have left their mark on the country with very significant actions. We feel awe here because we are next to a very important land, one of the starting places for one of the greatest missions of one of the greatest figures in history, Alexander the Great. But Macedonia does not have only a glorious past. It has a very significant present and a very important future. And I say that for some of our compatriots who are so deep in the noise of Athens, who believe that Greece starts and finishes in Athens, but Greece starts from Rhavdos, from the island of Rhavdos, southern of Crete to the northernmost parts, and from the east to the west. And your companies, your organizations, Mr. Kourtidis, show us what you can do. We are all determined to stay here, to fight for our land. And let me tell you that the mandate that we have from our Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, is to struggle, to fight for world in order to raise Macedonia and raise even higher. And what we are doing today here, standing witnesses to the birth of such a significant landmark of an institution that is being born, because we all believe that this is a very important starting point for a forum that will be held from now on regularly. And I'm sure that this forum will take root and spring its branches to cover the entire northern Greece. For us in northern Greece, it's very important to believe that when we leave our positions, we will leave something behind, a small contribution. And Mr. Kourtidis, you are making this small contribution today. Our country, we should not forget, has always been a poor country, but entrepreneurship, the Greek entrepreneur, always worked hand in hand with all the other Greeks. And we should never forget that the Greek benefactors have done so many things, so many great things for us, and we're very pleased to have some of them here with us. So I wish you the best of success to this first Amphipolis Forum, and we hope that we're going to be here with the support of and the help of God. We will be here to unleash our forces and discover new things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Amphipolis Forum is conveying many messages, and now we will hear the message from the representative of the regional governor of Central Macedonia, Mr. Markopoulos. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting the forum under the auspices of the region of Central Macedonia. Reverend Father, ministers, members of parliament, mayors, before I say anything about Amphipolis Forum, I feel that I need to say a single word to Mr. Kourtidis and Mrs. Dimitrova. Congratulations. Congratulations indeed for organizing the Amphipolis Forum today and contributing to the development of the region. But congratulations because you have dared to take so many risks over the years to overcome the bureaucracy and any other obstacles, and together with your business success to also promote our region. So the warmest Congratulations from the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace and from our regional governor, Mr. Christodoulos Topsidis, who unfortunately could not join us today. But his greetings I would like to convey to you. We are here today not because we consider Nikos to be one of us, since our regional governor also comes from the business world, but because we feel that despite the current administrative borders of the regions, Amphipolis is our region too. We feel that Amphipolis may belong to a different region, but still, we feel that we are here, it is strongly related to us, and connected to areas such as ancient Philippi and our coastline. And we are here not only to hear about it, but also to support its efforts, these efforts throughout. What I would like to say is that nowadays, very often, there is a degree of revisionism. Many people say things that can be quite provocative. I believe that a connection between modern thinking, modern political thought, and developmental prospects with the locality and the local landmarks, such ancient and modern Amphipoli, is something that strongly promotes Greece, Macedonia, Hellenism, and all our prospects. Thank you very much. We strongly congratulate you for this forum in our region. Thank you very much to Mr. Markopoulos. And now we would like to ask the representative of the regional governor of Central Macedonia, Deputy Regional Governor of Seres, Mr. Spiropoulos, to come forward for a brief address. Thank you for placing the forum under your auspices.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here at the inauguration of this very important initiative, which is based on a close partnership between the private and the public sector. The region of Central Macedonia has always been encouraging the cooperation and synergy between the private and the public sectors. The region of Central Macedonia has placed special emphasis on the improvement and development of infrastructure, especially in an area with the special characteristics that this area has. And I'm sure that this works of infrastructure will encourage new investment in the region. Therefore, we need the very speedy completion of the road axis between Drama and Amphipolis. On behalf of the region of Central Macedonia, the very small budget that we have has allowed us to maintain the existing road network so that we allow easy access to this very important archaeological site. At the same time, based on an initiative of our regional governor, Mr. Tzitzikostas, we have ensured funds for an integrated intervention in the axis that leads to this region. I would also like to focus on the importance that we have given to the Kasta tomb, which is a very important monument, and that's why we have secured funds so that this monument, this archaeological site, can be visited by larger groups of visitors. The Minister of Culture has talked about this monument as a national resource which has to be safeguarded. With these very few thoughts, I would like to wish you the best of success for this initiative, which I hope will be an institution for the future for cooperation and development. And I would like to close by saying, dear Nikos, dear Konstantina, when we have people like you as leading figures, we can do everything, not just love our land, but also move it forward. So I wish you the best of success and congratulations. Thank you, Vice Regional Governor.
The chambers of commerce now, a very dynamic part of our local economy that have supported us from the first moment. And I would like to invite now the President of the Chamber of Commerce of Ceres, Mr. Thanasis Malyaras, to make a brief address. Good evening, Reverend Father, ministers, members of the Parliament, distinguished colleagues, I would say, in the local authorities, first and second degree. Dear colleagues, also presidents of the chambers. I saw many business people from Ceres. Those are the people I know in this forum, and I would like to address them and all delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate Kortidis Group and the municipality of Amphipolis for this exceptional initiative to organize this forum. This is a new intervention, a unique one in northern Greece, taking place in the historic area of Amphipolis, which the organizers would like to turn into an institution that is further enriched year on year. So it is a great pleasure for me to be here tonight, and thank you very much for the invitation. The Chamber of Ceres put this specific event under its auspices without a second thought, since we perceive its significance and we are certain that tonight many interesting things will be heard regarding the developmental prospects of our prefecture as a whole. Our area is indeed blessed. It has many comparative advantages, and its prospects are indisputable. With regard to entrepreneurship that we represent as an institution, we all know that the entrepreneurs go through a constant struggle for survival, and we at the Chamber of Ceres make every effort to support them. We constantly try to stand by our businesses and members, making interventions on issues of interest, also facilitating processes that concern them, taking advantage of new technological possibilities, and by developing promotional activities of our local products and services. Our participation in Pan-Hellenic and international exhibitions is also a priority, and as you all know, we are already preparing the 7th SER Expo, which is a very important business event for our prefecture and an excellent example of collaboration, since it is co-organized with the regional unit of Ceres and the municipality of Ceres, and with the participation of 160 businesses from the whole of northern Greece. The numbers of visitors are thousands from all over the country. So I'd like to invite you to SER Expo that will take place from the 18th to the 22nd of September at the Christos Meglas Business Center. What is important for us is to be united and in constant communication. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with my colleagues from the Chambers of Drama and Kavala, with whom we will continue to work together. Also, the Deputy Regional Governor, the mayors, and all authorities with whom we work extremely well. In conclusion, in order not to tie you further, I would like to say major congratulations and thank warmly Mr. Nikos Kourtidis. He's a dear friend. I've known him for years. If I start talking about him, I'll never stop. To his father, Isaac, the Deputy President, Konstantina Ordina, as I know her, the wife of Mr. Kourtidis also, Nikki, my dear friend, who is also behind all these efforts, do believe me, and his associates at the office, the whole team. Congratulations to you all. I wish you every success in your forum, and be well. Thank you, President. And now, the President of the Chamber of Drama, Mr. Stefanos Georgiadis. Maybe these greetings seem to be a tiresome process, but nevertheless, they are useful because they confirm the importance of such an event. And that's why we would like to thank you all.
Dear ministers, representatives of the regions, mayors, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure and the honor to participate under the auspices of the Chamber of Commerce of Drama and the Chambers of Commerce of Ceres and Kavala in this exceptional event organized by the Kourtidis Business Group in this beautiful land of the historic Amphipolis. The topic of this event and the distinguished speakers are an indication of its success. The objective of all participating bodies is the development of the region of Macedonia, which is characterized by historic and strong advantages, which we have to make full use of for the benefit of the inhabitants of the region. I will say a few things that connect all our regions. The natural element of water is our connective link. The water moves the windmill of history, and it becomes the source of inspiration for every creator. The springs of Angiti and Zingadi rivers in Drama feed Ceres with water, and Kavala as well. Since antiquity, we have been united through these rivers and through the myth of Persephone. And during Christianity, with the first baptism of the first Christian in Lydia, Persephone was also a mosaic that was recently found in the Casta tomb in a wonderful mosaic. I made the slightest mention to these historical elements in order to give you an idea about what things we have in common in relation to history, culture, and our values. And we are lacking some networks, some road networks, which will allow us to be interconnected. And we have been claiming such an investment for many years, and we have started to see some fruit. Investment in business activities, such as those organized by the Kourtidis Group, contribute to the development and growth of the region, and we would like to give them our congratulations and wish you the best of success. We'll always be next to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce of Drama, and we conclude our addresses with Mr. Dembas, who is the chairman of the Kavala Chamber of Industry.
I was hoping for Thasos to be promoted a bit more in these images, but that's okay. So, Reverend Father, members of Parliament, ministers, deputy regional governors, mayors, Nikos and Konstantino, first of all, I'd like to start by saying congratulations for managing to bring us here in 1 week with very significant events, both the festival and the forum today, by joining together 2 regions, 3 regional units, and all of us from the Chambers of Commerce, the world of business, the politicians, to come here and promote our region once again. And I think that you very clearly show how private initiative can offer much more than what people may think. Our region has extreme potential, historical monuments, cultural monuments, and we at the Chamber of Kavala last year actually twinned with the city of Corinth and with the Chamber of Beria, the cities along the footsteps of St. Paul, in order to show and highlight the potential of our region, to show that we are joining forces. In the future, at Kavala Expo, The chambers of Thessaloniki, Athens, and Kavala will be signing this memorandum of understanding in order to highlight the importance of religious tourism and much more. Thank you very much, Cortiris Group. I have 3 friend investors at the back of this forum who are not here to invest from the distant countries of Iran and Holland because they like the region simply, but they found people in Kurtidis group that embraced them, spoke to them very honestly, and invited them to buy and invest in our region. For only that, Nikos and Konstantina, you deserve many congratulations, and also all your team. So I hope the forum will become an institution, will be very successful year on year. The chambers of commerce and the business world will continue to fully support these efforts. Thank you, President. Please stay there. And to conclude the greetings, we would like to have a family photograph with all those who participated in the organization of this event, the representatives of the ministries, of the chambers, everybody who placed this forum under their auspices. Let's have a family photo, please. Here on this map, we see 2 regions joining in Amphipolis, and this is the border connecting the region of Central Macedonia and Eastern Macedonia, Thrace. We will present also the gifts. After the family photo.
Το αναμνηστικό μας είναι...
So our gift is very special indeed and will be given to all our speakers. It's a piece of white marble from Thassos, and on it is engraved the lion of Amphipolis, the symbol of this region, and also its shape reminds us of the coins of Mount Pangeos that were used in historical times. So, white marble of Thassos. For the minister, of course.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you very much indeed. And now it's time to begin with the main part of the forum, and I think this is a unique opportunity to have our minister declare the opening of the forum. We have with us the Minister of Migration and Asylum, Mr. Yiannikos Panayotopoulos. Thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Άγιε Πατέρα,
Your Holiness, dear representatives of agencies, organizations, the Parliament, the local authorities, municipalities and regions, dear representatives of the 3 chambers, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure, it's a great honor to be here in this historic region of Eastern Macedonia under the gaze of the Lion of Amphipolis, which although sitting is always on the alert and guarding this part of Macedonian territory. So in this first Amphipolis Forum, organized by the municipality of Amphipolis and Kurtidis Group under the auspices of the regions of the Ministry of Macedonian Thrace, the regions of Central and Eastern Macedonian Thrace, and the 3 chambers. And taking a first look at the agenda of this meeting, we can say that it is an approach and a focus on a very important issues pertaining to the region, which extends from Struma River to Thasos, crossing the mountains of Pangeo, and then Kavala, Thasos, Drama, and Ceres. It extends across 2 regions, 3 regional units of Ceres, Kavala, and Drama. We have many distinguished speakers, and all moderators will present different aspects of the tourism sector in the region. And given the fact that tourism seems to develop very fast in recent years, especially from tourists coming from the Balkans, from neighboring countries, and the relation of tourism and investment, especially investment in infrastructure, and especially the fact that we must have a balanced development model for the region. We may focus on 2 different regions, 3 regional or 4 regional units, including Thessaloniki. I think this Amphipolis Forum comes to bring these different regions and units together, focusing on one single objective: to support this region, which has a huge historic background, its special natural beauty, and its development potential. All these elements in combination will give us a boost for our future. I remember a few years ago in an event organized by our member of European Parliament, Ms. Maria Spiraki, where I was present, together with Ms. Lina Mendoni, who is now Minister of Culture, where we talked about the dual sites of archaeological sites of Philippi and Amphipoli. We are now in one end of this these dual sites, and we would like to talk about the added value that these 2 significant archaeological sites can give to the region. You should know that the ancient and Christian history of the region is a significant pillar, not just for this country, but for the whole world. Some of the businesses who are considering investment in the region, I'm sure, will be very interested in this forum. The objective of this forum, ladies and gentlemen, is to present the necessary information which could develop into tangible growth for the region based on its very significant comparative advantages. A balanced growth for the region with the necessary infrastructure and the attraction of investment is the one-way road to the future. But it is also very important because it is a shield vis-à-vis potential threats and instabilities in the region. And our Balkan neighborhood must do its best to avoid such instabilities. So, welcome once again to our birthplace. I would like to congratulate you, this force of nature, Mr. Kurtidis and his associate, Konstantina, and I would like to wish you the best of success. So I believe this is the time to declare the opening of this forum. Congratulations and thank you.
Amphipolis Forum, πρώτο Amphipolis Forum.
So first Amphipolis Forum, it has begun, and we would like to thank the minister who will receive from the management of Kourtidis Group and from the municipality of Amphipoli our souvenir gift.
Όλα είναι σπουδαία.
Everything is extremely important, all the addresses as well. But now the most important stuff begins, because we will start to send messages, and we have someone with us who, through his direct messages, can make a difference between what is simply news and what is important events. We have with us moderator Mr. Dimitris Kambourakis, who can do precisely that. Good evening to you all. Let me put my stuff down here because I have to go to work. Thank you very much for your introduction, Mr. Grigoris. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be with you tonight. My mission is a bit difficult, however, because the forum has to end. We have to draw conclusions and also do that before sunrise. I don't know this region a lot. I must admit I used to go through with a minister or a prime minister, but I didn't know the region as a whole. And you are indeed blessed. I must verify this. You are indeed. I've lived in Athens for many years. I come from Crete. I've seen many tourism and business destinations. But here you have certain advantages that cannot be found elsewhere. For example, what you consider to be a negative fact up till now, the fact that you were slightly lagging behind, could be a great advantage because you have a virgin area. And now, with the modern laws and legislations, this region can avoid all the problems of other areas that have been destroyed, for example, the northern axis of Crete, and move forward to the next step, what is green, sustainable, profitable. You have this opportunity. And also, I would like to please ask you, I never understood why the people of Thessaloniki and northern Greece are jealous of the people in Athens. What is Athens, after all? Nothing at all. You are an hour away from all the capital cities of the Balkans. Athens is 6 years away. And this is the center, historical as well. So we'll be covering 2 units. I will be moderating them, and I would like to invite right away the participants to come and join me on stage. The first session will hold a discussion on infrastructure. And I would like to invite, first of all, Mr. Nikos Tachiaos, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, you know him well, to come forward. Good evening, Minister, and welcome. I would also like to invite Mr. Dimitris Varjopoulos, Deputy Minister of Health. Good evening to you too. Your microphones are turned on already. Mr. Zografakis Yorgos, CEO of Egnatia Aviation, please come forward.
Παρακαλώ την κυρία Μαρία Τόκτορ.
And finally, Mrs. Maria Toktor, who is the head of strategy development for Grecian Air Seaplanes.
Καθίστε. Να είστε καλά. Εγώ θα πηγαίνω, έρχομαι, γιατί το προτιμώ.
Please take your seats. I'll be walking around. So, we're talking about jobs. We're talking about development of the region. And look down there, we have a timer, 42 minutes. So, I'd like to ask you to say what you're going to say and be to the point. And let me begin, just to give an idea to the audience, with an old anecdote which says, it has to do with work and jobs. So once there were a few Americans who went on a space trip and organized an international competition. You don't mind, Mr. Kourtidis, if I tell a joke. So they did an international competition on who would join this mission to space. That was very difficult and important. They had this international competition and many people applied. A German applied. He said, I can go there, I have all the necessary attributes, but I want 5 million to go. And the jury said, that's too much money. Yes, but I might lose my life. I have a family and children. If I don't come back, they need to be covered. The Frenchman then came forward and said, I want 10 million to go to space. Why 10? The German wanted 5. Well, I don't care. I know I'm qualified. I have a family, children, father, mother, lover. I need to cater for them. And then a Greek, an old-fashioned Greek. So how much do you want to go to space? And he said, I want 50 and I'll get the job for you. He says, how are you going to get the job with 50? Well, look, he said to the American, or rather to the juror, 20 to you, who signs the paper, 20 to me, who applies, and 10 to the ridiculous German who is prepared to go up there and kill himself. That's the way things were done in the past. But the point is not to do them like that anymore, and to have the region develop without things happening in this way anymore. So let me start with you, Minister, Mr. Dayanos. You are the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. Is the infrastructure good in this region? Mediocre? Bad? To be developed? Hopeful? What would you say?
I will start from your last work, hopeful. And without hope, we don't have anything. I would like to thank Mr. Kourtidis, Ms. Dimitrova for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here, and it's also a challenge because you brought me back to my birthplace. It's a great pleasure to address people who don't follow the model that you describe of Greek people. They are Greek people who believe in their land, who know how to cooperate in order to move their land and their birthplace forward. Kostas Goulegas is much better than me in expressing that. But what I wanted to say is that a characteristic trait of the people of Macedonia is that they're straightforward. And we're very similar to the people from Crete. Infrastructure. In Amphipolis, I used to come with my father many, many years ago, and we came here to see the line of Amphipolis next to Struma River. That was a long road and tiring from Thessaloniki. And when I visited Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, you remember the old road, and it was so tiring, so difficult. And we created this very important infrastructure, Egnatia Motorway. Egnatia Motorway is an infrastructure whose completion was accomplished during the Kostas Karamanlis government. It cost over 5 billion Greek drachmas, and it crossed northern Greece, and it really changed Epirus, Macedonia, and Thrace. It also crosses part of Thessaly, a very small part of Thessaly. It crosses 4 regions. It was such an important infrastructure work, and it brought to the surface areas and places that we'd forgotten. So when we talk about infrastructure, we should always have in mind how they are created. And we should clarify, first of all, that if something helped us move forward, this was our joining the EU, because we had funds from the EU, which allowed us to create major infrastructure works and to change the economy in many regions. Let me change the picture we had in the beginning. I told you that you brought me to my birthplace. I crossed this blessed plains of Western Macedonia. It's very different from Thessaly, from Crete, of course. The greenhouses of Hierapetra, which have a huge agricultural production. But what does this comparison allow us to do? It allows us to remember that apart from services, we also have other growth sectors which we shouldn't forget. The fact that we have some very inspired businessmen who invest in tourism. We should also focus on the primary sector, not just tourism, which gives added value to tourism. The wine from Drama, doesn't it give added value to tourism? You know that very well, of course. But you know what someone said next to me? They promised us this road network, but it hasn't started yet. The next chapter, because you're so focused on this road network. Now, the second thing I wanted to discuss in order to broaden the picture. Why am I here? Because we had the old Ministry of Public Works, which creates public infrastructure work. We should put some factors here in the equation. Things in Europe have changed. Things in Europe are as follows. First, at this moment, infrastructure works are not a priority for the EU. For example, the transport program, which in the previous programming period had 18 euros, now has 2-point-something billion euros, and it covers the entire Greece. The second is that the recovery fund will not exist forever. We don't have a will for a continuation. We are going to have some funds from that, but infrastructure based on the terms and conditions of the recovery fund could not be supported. This is the reality. The third thing is that the public investment program is quite limited. The funds given by the taxed Greek are very small, and they are usually focused on maintenance works, what is really necessary. That doesn't mean that we cannot have more works by leveraging private funds. This is the key. This is what we see as a reality in Chania and Iraklio, a road network, but also the road network for from Drama to Amphipolis, this well-known project that is underway. It is now in the process of calls. We are now at the stage, at the B1 stage. 3 different groups which are going to submit an offer. We'll have a consultation with the state, which will conclude with the final profile of the project. This is a project which will definitely change the region, and we expect to have contracts in 2025. It's taking a lot of time. Not that long, but let me say that the maturity time for a project is such as this is quite long because we have private funds. Banks which will fund it have to be sure that this project is going to be finished, and they have to be sure that this is going to be profitable. It's going to take 3 years to construct, and for the following 27 years, a private body will be responsible for the operation and profitability and maintenance of the road. The next road network is Ceres Drama Kavala. Does this government has difficulty giving things to private bodies, the Mitsotakis government? Is it having a lot of pressure not to give projects to private and we have too much state? I don't think there is a government that believes more in private initiatives. Let me tell you that the great change we're going to see in Greece is the contract for Egnatia motorway. You know that now we have Terna, a company that is responsible for running the motorway. The concession has already been signed, and in the summer it's going to be approved by the parliament. And people will say that you sold it off. No, the price is very high. It's very high. But you will see. What do we have? We have the final major motorway paid by the Greek state that does not have the same standards compared to other motorways. I would like to inform you that this is going to be the future of Egnatia motorway. We're going to have the same standards as other European motorways. We're going to have full maintenance, certify the tunnels to A category, check all bridges of Gallikos River, Loudia River, etc. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Vardopoulos. Tourists who want to come and visit the region from the US, from Europe, who are invited by investors, first of all ask, how close is the airport? Okay, I want to go and stay in Amphipolis or in Ofrinio or somewhere else. So how close is the airport first? Easy access. And second, where is the closest hospital? These are the key questions. Without healthcare facilities, nothing can be done. And this is of great importance for the local population and for investors and for local growth. So how have you mapped this region with regard to healthcare? I know that there are 2 or 3 hospitals, but what state are they in and what can be done? First of all, I'd like to tell you that I may be here under this ministerial capacity, but I'm even more interested in this because I am a member of parliament representing the second sector of Thessaloniki, the western tip of Strimonikos Gulf. Is in the municipality of Volvi, on the tip of Thessaloniki. This coastline begins from the municipality of Thessaloniki, spreads to Ceres and Kavala. So this is something that is of great interest to us also as people living in Thessaloniki, because we cannot simply have one side developing, we need to develop the whole area. So there is great interest on many sides. Now, thankfully, we are speaking about a beautiful region which is located in a very busy part of northern Greece, surrounded by large centers where there are also large hospital units, naturally. For example, the Hospital of Ceres, the Hospital of Kavala also, which are located very close to this region, and the network of hospitals in Thessaloniki, which, thanks to good road access, can be accessed easily. You said that tourists ask about this. Well, we need to keep this in mind. Of course, during the tourist period, the number of potential users increases greatly. We have hundreds of thousands of potential users. And that's where we need to keep in mind that this mobile population does not have the same healthcare requirements as the permanent population. What does this mean? Yes, for example, they crash with their motorbikes and need orthopedics. Yes. So what we expect are specific injuries of specific frequency, and what we need to have in these areas, close to these areas, is medical staff in high intensity, because we need to address bites, stings, minor infections for children, for local adults. You don't need a hospital for this, you need a doctor at hand. And that makes things a bit harder, because when we have a major accident that will need a hospital, then what is needed is a good road connection, and we have that. We need a properly working ambulance service, of course. And we have a sector in Rodolivos, which is very good at this. And also there's a plan to create here in this region one of the key stations for transfers. And this is part of the key programming of the ambulance service for the future. But what we need, as I said, is we need sufficient doctors here at peak tourism periods. There are health centers in the region, but during the tourist period, these health centers need more staff. And this is something that we haven't done until now, but we are planning for next year. Because I noticed this by traveling to various tourist regions during the period prior to the European elections. The national health system provides the services to Greek people for free. You know this, and it will continue to do so. Which means that if a tourist comes here to Tuzla or somewhere else to have a swim or enjoy some time at a hospital, if a person will be serviced by the local health center or the hospital for free. But should that continue to happen? I suppose they have their health card from their own insurance services, right? And, for example, the German office should be able to pay for this. Yes, you're right. All hospitals are prepared to conduct transactions with foreign insurance funds. They are prepared to do so, and it's easier to do so in Europe. Of course, in some areas, as in Chalkidiki, we have the so-called road tourism, which means that we don't have major tour operators involved. People travel alone. I was traveling in Epirus before the elections, and some doctors at the health centers asked me, where do I pay? And we don't have such a service. So this is what we're discussing with the minister. You know that foreigners, particularly Europeans, do have insurance coverage, and the people from Bulgaria and Romania as well. Yes, but when you ask for money, ask only the foreigners, because if you ask the Greeks, that'll be the end of you. Yes, services to Greek citizens, you know, are free whether they are insured or not. But you know that if we have such a mechanism in place, and we can do that, and we will do that next year, then this will bring in more income to the national health system, thanks to all these initiatives. And then we will be able to give the opportunity to young doctors to come and work part-time also in the National Health Service or for a limited period. And this combination of funding through the provision of services to tourists can also give us the opportunity to have a stronger presence in the healthcare sector. Oh, why not build a surgery along the coast? There are such health centers in Ofrinio and in other parts of the region, and that's where the doctors will be working. Thank you, sir. Okay. Yes, the truth is that indeed you can invest in this region without any problem because we are covered with regard to healthcare services in this region.
Let's go to Mrs. Grafakis now. I didn't know him. Are you the CEO of Egnatia Aviation, right? Right. CEO, I know what that is. A chief executive officer, the big boss. Egnatia Aviation, they told me that you certify pilots. Let's see how we have a surplus value in a region. Let's leave health and go to flying words. Our business started 18 years ago. Yes, we are, our headquarters are in Kavala. I lived in Great Britain, and I realized that Greece has so many islands, so many airports, and it's very close to Arab countries. And you can come here to rent a boat or anything else, a scooter, but you can't rent a plane, even though you have the necessary certification. In Europe, we have 136,000 small airplanes. 43,000 of those can travel, but we do not allow them to come to Greece. 650,000 people who are not allowed to come here. Why? For a number of reasons. When we talk about airports in Greece, we talk about a port which services passport and freight and cargo planes. We do not allow small planes to come for many reasons. Contrary to Schengen policy, which allows the free movement of people and goods, they take their private plane and they may need 120 euros to come to an international airport, to pay 600 and 700 to come to Greece, and then 600, 700 to leave Greece. So this is too much. Are they rich people? But if you have your own small plane, aren't you rich? No, they may be part of a club where 5 or 6 people use the same plane, and they travel in groups or individually around Europe. What did you do here? So we came here 18 years ago, very close to where we are now. We saw a plot of land, and we thought that we can create an airport, which we're not interested in passport or cargo planes, and we could create a private plane airport. We managed to do that. 8 years ago, we took an unused airport and create the first private airport, not for passengers of international flights. And we had the support of the state, but the minister who put their final signature in the National Ministry of National Defense is Mr. Panayotopoulos, and he's from Kavala. If it weren't for this minister and this ministry, he wouldn't be able to do it. Because when they were members of parliament, they tried, but they failed. We are here in Kavala because, as you said, it's very close to many different capitals in Europe. If you want to go to Paros, you will come from our airport. The fees for international airports are huge. I had a plane from Turkey. They paid 700 euros to come here and to leave. If we do not create the infrastructure to welcome alternative tourism, which is out there, these people are never going to come here. Why should we welcome only international flight passengers, not private flight passengers? But it's not easy to do that in Greece. The state does not allow you. The services, the people around you. We have a rule that we create everything in one size. Refueling is only for large planes. How many people work there? We couldn't have this airport, so we started training people for private companies, pilots. We want to reverse the brain drain, especially for pilots. They don't go to the US or other countries. We have 320 students, not just Greeks, but also people from abroad. We should do the same for private airplanes. We recently created, the state created a committee for aviation. And what do they say now? The authority for civil aviation say, okay, you're right, but we have a provision only for passenger airports, so that's a problem. And since we started this discussion, we now move to Ms. Maria Doctor, who is the head for strategic development of water airports, Grecian air seaplanes.
Mr. Kambourakis, first of all, allow me to congratulate the municipality of Amphipolis, Kortidis Group. I am lucky enough to personally know Mr. Kortidis, Mrs. Dimitrova and their team, and I would like to wish them wholeheartedly to continue their business miracles. Today's event, I hope, will become an institution that will continue year on year and strongly support the local community. This is a very important initiative, and I believe that we all think that it will indeed continue. You said earlier, Mr. Kambourakis, that tourists ask, where is the closest airport? Well, from now onwards, they will also ask, where is the closest water airport? Grecian air seaplanes and Hellenic seaplanes, these are two different companies, and they come under the umbrella of an international investment group, which is present in 5 countries: Germany, Switzerland, Greece, Cyprus, and the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates. And Grecian Air and Hellenic Seaplanes are companies which, following a decision made in our group to invest in this project of national significance, and I believe that you all shall agree, is a company that wanted to see, first of all, whether we have the governmental will, let's say, for such a project. And we soon found out that this government is pro-investors. So we acquired Hellenic seaplanes from Elactor, which is the only company that has a fully licensed and established water airports, and we established Grecian airplanes, which will undertake the aviation part. So the seaplanes will be done by the Grecian Air seaplanes, and Hellenic seaplanes will be in charge of the water airports. So in close collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, currently 69 licenses are underway all over Greece for water airports, 69 in total. So we may be traveling by seaplane soon. 69 water airports, so you're covering the whole of the country. Yeah, we're creating the largest network of water airports in Europe, starting from Greece. Yes, because we have all the islands. Yes, this project will exceed 280 million initially, and the seaplanes that will be able to use them will exceed 63. So when you go to a port and you say, I want to establish a water airport, do the port authorities usually say yes? Do the aviation authorities usually say yes? Well, we're trying to create a sustainable network of water airports all over Greece. Yes, but are they helping you or are they making your life difficult? Well, with a new legislative framework, which is pro-investment, we have overcome many bureaucratic barriers, and that's why we have gone forward. Many important steps have been made, and we believe that in 2025, we will be able to fly our planes in Greece. Yes, so we'll be able to test the seaplanes. Well, I saw many people who are well aware of this project, such as Mr. Zografakis and Mr. Stavros Konstantinidis here, who is one of the key transport experts in Greece. I think they will agree with me on this. Seaplanes are a safe, flexible, fascinating, environmentally friendly means of transport, which changes the transportation map of the whole of Greece by connecting the islands of Greece with continental Greece, breathing life to all isolated islands. So apart from islands and coastal areas, will seaplanes be used for lakes such as Yanni and Kastoria? Yes, of course. Yes, that is already underway. Great, thank you very much. And warmest congratulations. Let's see. I don't think I'll ever manage to travel by seaplane. However, Minister, a few words. Well, it's not part of my portfolio, actually. I don't know what you will be doing in the future, but Minister, do you see the region taking on a different image in the next 10 years? Yes, certainly. This region, first of all, we're talking about two regions. Well, that's a mistake. It's the same vital space, basically. It's just one vital space. Kavala Drama has always been part of Macedonia. So we're talking about the same vital area which has expanded. And what is most important is what we said at the beginning. Right now we have an open border with Bulgaria, which was something that was impossible in our day and age. With Albania, North Macedonia, from Kosovo, they're trying to get visas to come down to Greece to have a swim in the sea or fix their car at a petrol station. With Serbia, with Romania. So they can come here easily, and we will add more infrastructure that will make this journey even more facilitated. However, what we didn't point out at the beginning is this. Why is this region so different? For the same reason that Crete stands out. It's different, it stands out because of its people. And do believe me, the characters of the people of Macedonia and those of the people of Crete are very similar with regard to the sense of hospitality, of duty, of patriotism. They are people who love their country, their land, and this is one of the key advantages of this region. And something more. In Crete, you have worked on something very well, and that is the Cretan myth. I have heard a few words about the local history as well. Very nice, very interesting. We weren't told all this at school so well. Those who read about them have learned a bit more. We have some images in mind, but all this needs to create a myth for this region, and the myth of this region will bring added value. I heard Alexander the Great. I heard about investors from Iran. Who do they know in Iran? Iskandar, Alexander the Great. The myth of the region is something that we need to valorize. And this cannot be done on its own by the region of Central Macedonia, Eastern Macedonia, Mr. Kurtidis, Mrs. Dimitrova. We all need to work on the local myth and connect it to the cosmopolitan nature of this myth, which has to do with our connection with the rest of the Balkans and other lands that we can invite to visit us here. You go to Crete by plane, for example, or by boat. You can't drive. You can't go by road like you can here. But what did Crete have to offer? A myth that created its future. Well, we have the future, we have the people, we have the preconditions, we are creating the infrastructure. Let's find our own myth and connect it to all this and lead this region into the future. Minister, a few words from you.
I believe, because as I said, I've been working in this region for many years, so I believe that the growth potential is very high, especially given Balkan tourism from Bulgaria, from Romania, from other Balkan countries. And it's easy to reach the country, and we should make it easy to reach, giving special emphasis to the infrastructure at the border crossings. We know that approach to Chalkidiki and finding accommodation is becoming more and more difficult. Where can we have high and qualitative growth potential? Here. If you look at the coastal front from Evros to Pieria, the only potential that we have for growth, which can promote this exponential increase from tourism, from tourists in the Balkans. So do you know how many people from Turkey we have in Chalkidiki during the weekend from Turkey? Hundreds of people. Mr. Kambourakis, before we close, I would like to add something. We're very interested in the region, and with the support of the minister, we are creating a network of water airports in Kavala, in Thassos, in Samothraki, in Alexandroupolis, and this region can be a hub if we interconnect cruise ships. They could have 2 flights. So we are completing this network of water planes. Stay here to get your gift. Please stand, but don't go.
Αναχωρείς.
Εκ μέρους του Σεβασμιωτάτου Μητροπολίτου Ζυγνών και Νευροκοπή.
On behalf of His Reverence, the Metropolitan Bishop of Nevrokopi, and we would like to wish you the best of success. We hope that this beautiful event has a beautiful ending. Everything has a good ending when the us is the priority and not the profit. And Mr. Kurtidis is really trying in our municipality, but Mr. Kurtidis, as a businessman, has shown that he loves this area and he does his best to create jobs, etc. But what I would like to ask you, all the speakers said something very beautiful. Amphipolis did not become famous because of Kasta, but because of Apostle Paul, whose second stop was here. Thank you. His Reverence wishes you the best and the best for this area. You have his best wishes. And remember, where collective action reigns, everything will go very well. With the help of God and Apostle Paul, who blessed this land. On behalf of His Reverence, I wish you to have a very good night. I'm very pleased to have Mr. Kabourakis here with us. He supported me when I had personal difficulties. The associate of the tourism sector of the Kourtidis group will give the special gift to our guests.
Και μία φωτογραφία, Κατερίνα.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά.
Thank you very much indeed.
Λοιπόν, για να συνεχίσουμε.
Let us continue. Nikos Kourtidis, I am addressing myself to you. The forum will get better every year. In 3 years, it will be even better than the Delphi Forum, and in 10 years, it will be as good as the Davos Forum.
Τώρα λοιπόν θα καλέσω τον...
Now I would like to call to the podium Mr. Michalis Lefanzis. I met him today, and it was such a pleasure to meet him. He's an architect who is head of the studies for the restoration of the restoration service of ancient monuments from the Ministry of Culture. He will say a few things. He is an excellent speaker.
Θα πάρεις μικρόφωνο, προτιμάς να περπατάς?
Ναι, βέβαια.
Ωραία.
Θα σας τετραγωνίζομαι, κανονικά.
Ναι.
Λοιπόν, να βάλουμε... Φυσικά, το PowerPoint. Λοιπόν, τις αρχές του 1960...
In the early 1960s, the dearly departed Mr. Lazaridis excavated the Kasta tomb. He had high hopes and high expectations for this monument. And what he did was that he discovered the entire Amphipolis. He excavated the walls of the ancient city, and then from 1963 to 1978, he had conducted an extended excavation in the Kasta tomb, and he expected to find something very significant. But the times were different, the means were different, and Mr. Lazaridis, having found a number of graves, he discovered the network of this necropolis. He decided that this was an emblematic monument. But in 1978, we had a very sad ending to this excavation. In 2009, Katerina Peristeri, after many years, decides to continue the excavations at the top of the Kasta tomb, Tumulus tomb. You see Lazaridis' project here, and Ms. Peristeri, with my contribution, and Mr. Kochliaridis, we decided to cut a number of sections in what Mr. Lazaridis believed were the regional walls, and we continued this excavation. The Kasta tumulus was in this condition when we started our excavation in 2009. This is from 2012. And I have a picture. This picture that you see here is from the first meters of the surrounding walls of the tomb in early 2012. So we have a series of decisions. Earlier, I heard that the Gasta tomb was discovered 10 years ago. Yes, the tomb. But for the tomb to be discovered, we had to go through an entire process that I'm going to talk about. We found the first meters of the surrounding walls, then the marble shield, and then we realized that the walls had two parts which were constructed at the same time, this shield and the wall after that. And we are missing more than 2,000 marble parts that were taken during the Roman period. This is from September, October 2012. And then we reach the 14th of July 2013 when we discover part of the walls with its covering. So where would the marbles go, the covering marbles? And we saw many parts around the walls. 95% was discovered then, and it was part of the surrounding wall. So we collected these marble parts, and we saw that the podium of the lion was constructed with these slabs from the walls. They are part of the same monument. So we try to find the other parts because we found only 500 out of the 2,000. So these 1,500, based on the archive study, we realized that a company, Monkulen company, took them and used them to construct a bridge. And this is the 1930s. A dam, sorry, and this is from the 1930s, a photo from the 1930s, and you can see the slabs, the marble slabs that we're missing, and they're still in the Kerkini Lake dam, buried under tons of sand. So we had a series of discussions about the geometry of the tomb, the initial plans, the study of the lion. We studied the lion, and we thought that the slabs that have been created, that have been used for the lion, were similar to the ones used in the surrounding walls. I went to Munich a few days ago. They all agreed that this lion was at the top of the tomb. And we had a number of studies, geotechnical studies, geostatics studies, etc., for the monument, which combine all disciplines. This is an interdisciplinary project. And the conclusion is that all the findings should be returned to the initial position. The third image on the right shows us all the material from the excavation which should be returned to the tumulus. At the stages of the tumulus, we have a small hill with a wooden pillar at the top, and we can talk about that later if you wish. And the second stage, which is the construction of the monumental, emblematic tomb of Kasta, which has a very large perimeter, and it is from slopes from 5 to 12 meters. And here we can see the construction phases of the monument as we concluded many years ago from our studies. The opening on the gate. This does not have a gate at the level of the wall, but above the wall, which means that what was important was the article, the material that we had on top of the tumulus and not in the tomb. We can see this is the representation of its initial image. Here you can see a representation, and as we found it in 2014, the condition of the tumulus, some of it was had collapsed, etc. And this photo is from the 8th of August 2014, when they found the tomb, and the entire country learned that this emblematic monument was discovered in Amphipolis. You can see the studies. We don't have enough time. I have very little time to say a few things. A few things about the wings of the sphinxes. Just a few days ago, we had a return. We're going to decide to return the fragments of the wings and the head of the Eastern Sphinx, the caryatids, of course, the very well-known mosaic of Persephone, with the surrounding decor, the door, which will also be returned to its initial position, the burial chamber, the sketches and some photographs with the details of the arch. Something very important for the arch of the specific monument is that it had an outside coverage with an insulation, this black layer, which was dated by two laboratories in 400 BC, plus minus 20 years. Stages of restoration. The most difficult attempt was to restore the architrave over the caryatids. And you can see the final image of the tumulus. We are going to have a restoration of the geometry and to give it its initial shape, and of course we had an identification of 45 elements. These parts should return to their initial positions in the tomb. You can see the connections that show us the initial positions of these elements. You can see the restoration works, and the goal was to create a shell which would help us understand the geometry and all the dimensions and the scale of the initial shell of the entry. So we created this minimalist shell, which should be supported by the marble walls. Here you can see the representation. We have a metal construction. And here we have 3D representations and photographs of recent photographs of the Casta tomb, where we have this minimal structure. The next stage of our research and work in the tomb is the restoration of the wings of the sphinxes, the restoration of the head, of the sphinxes, the authentic elements which will return to their initial positions, and of course the entire decoration and the lifting of all the metal support works. And of course the Persephone mosaic. Mr. Kambourakis saw the very important mosaic. This was what I wanted to say very briefly. I was really impressed and so moved. And these are heavy science. I didn't say what I said today, but he explained how they created this supporting pillar. I saw how anxious he was. That was the most difficult part of our work. You're very lucky to have him here, and I know because I've talked to many people, and he really loves it. I feel very moved, very emotional, because I've made 4-hour speeches for the restoration and the architecture of this tomb, but it's the first time that I've discussed this in Amphipolis, and I would really like to thank Amphipolis for giving me this opportunity. And I would like, and the Ministry of Culture would like you to love this monument, Thank you very much. And something final, a final remark. I would like to thank Alekos Kochliaridi and Vasilis Altsidis for the initial work at a time when nobody knew what the Kasta tomb meant.
Είμαι χαρούμενος σήμερα που θα δώσω αυτό το.
I am delighted to present this gift and the souvenir from the tumulus to my friend Michalis. And I would like to point out the following. Today's event is the result of a 3-hour discussion that took place at the end of August 2023. We had just finished the first festival we organized in Tuzla last year, and we were sitting down with Michalis and had a 3-hour chat, drinking a glass of wine. And that's when we laid the foundations for the first Amphipolis Forum. That's where Michalis talked to me about the other festivals and everything and said, Nikos, you need to have parallel events in place. And I'd like to thank him for that discussion, which gave birth to today's forum. A very loud round of applause for Michalis. He truly deserves it. All right, let's get the timer rolling. And I would like to ask to join me on the panel, Mr. Georgios Georgandas, Deputy President of the Hellenic Parliament. Mr. Giorgos Hatziosif.
Κύριο Γαντά, το ξέρετε, είπαμε τις ιδιότητες του, αλλά είναι ο άνθρωπος τώρα στην περιοχή του.
I think you know Mr. Georgandas very well. He comes from this region after all. Mr. Hatziosif is an executive of Costa Navarino, the very well-known Costa Navarino, part of Messinia that meant nothing from a tourist perspective, and look what they have done there now. Mr. Alexandros Thanos is the executive director of SETE. Please come forward. Mrs. Tonia Fuseki, I would also like to welcome. who is the CEO of SoFine company, and Eleni Sotiriou, the senior consultant of Thessaloniki Convention Bureau. So mainly focusing on convention tourism. And that is the topic of our session also, tourism. But of course, as mentioned, you don't only need to focus on tourism, you can focus on many other things. But on the other hand, if you have this paradise and you lag behind from a tourism perspective, well, you don't really lag behind, actually. You are running ahead. Let me tell you a story about the issue of public relations. I once asked Abramovich, the well-known Abramovich. You used to be a basketball player. You were a communist in Russia. However, did you manage to become a billionaire? What did you do? And Abramovich said the following. What is the difference between a mouse that we see and we change it, we run, we send the cat after it, we try to poison it, we try to escape from the mouse, and a hammer? A hamster, rather, that we have in a cage and we love it and we feed it and take it to the vet, etc., etc. Well, the difference between the two is this. The hamster is a mouse that has excellent public relation skills, right? And also add branding, because it's a mouse with branding. That's what we could say. So, Vice President, what about tourism in our region? People need to visit the region, right? Well, let's talk with figures. I think that's important because we have investors here, after all. Tourism in Greece. 22-23, direct economic contribution to the GDP, 11.5% in 22, and in 2023, 13%. 25% in direct contribution in 22, 28% in 23. And let's look at Central Macedonia and Eastern Macedonia Thrace. 11.5% and 23% in 22-23. We have 7 for Central Macedonia in both years, and 6 and 5 for Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. So we're talking about half the country's average. And we're talking about direct economic contribution, because I think with indirect economic contribution we're even lower. I couldn't have specific details about the two regions. So what does this mean? That there's a lot of road to cover. And I agree with your observation, because we also now know the mistakes of the past that we can pay attention to, and we can do things better and more properly. So, do allow me to say something very important in the limited time I have. Tourism is not only number of overnight stays, hotels, tavernas. We're talking about the indirect also economic contribution, which is 30+% in the country's GDP. So what can we do for that? Starting here in northern Greece, Central Macedonia and Eastern Macedonia Thrace. Well, the benefit from tourism must be disseminated to local business people. And the services connected to tourism, products connected to tourism development, all this should spread and cover the whole region, so that the region also embraces tourism. Otherwise, we may have a case of some people feeling that they are outsiders, that they see tourism development as something negative that is only benefiting specific business groups. And how can we do that? And let me use your example from Costa Navarino, if you don't mind. What did Costa Navarino do? They applied a policy of buying whichever products from the primary sector were necessary from its operation from local producers, where this was possible. And this makes all local producers willing to participate in the process to support this tourism and business effort. You could do the same here, and the chambers could undertake an initiative and, for example, give awards to local tourism businesses which provenly use raw materials and products from the local primary sector, and not only from the primary sector, but other sectors as well. This is indeed a proposal for the local chambers. We did it at the Ministry of Local Development in the way that we need to do, because of course there is a certain level that we can do this because of EU law. But in certain agricultural policy programs, we gave additional bonuses to business people who voluntarily decided that a large number of their products would come from local sources. That's very important to do. And I also heard Mr. Tachiaus speaking, who had to leave. It's important to plan projects and infrastructure. But the bureaucratic framework, which we have faced frequently in Greece, needs to be overcome, needs to be tackled. We cannot have the political will in a government to do a project and then have to come up against various objections and appeals and bureaucratic processes that add a lot of time, and the added value is lost. People are not able to carry out their projects. They need to wait for years. So we need to look at the national and EU law and limit these periods, because investments are valuable when they happen on time. And one last thing. Everything comes from private initiatives. Today we have an excellent private initiative that local institutional bodies must support. The state must support this initiative. We cannot speak of tourism in northern Greece, in eastern Macedonia and Thrace, in Macedonia, Kilkis, Kavala, Serres, without the state supporting such excellent private initiatives that I've heard about. This forum is an excellent first step in this direction, and I'm sure that in the next forum we'll be able to look at all these excellent initiatives. Yes, and I did not exceed my time, I think. Yes, and I didn't have to ring the bell either. Mr. Hadziosif.
You are an executive in Costa Navarino. You are in the core of the people who established it. And you're still there. Tell us, we can't really transfer this model from one region to the other. But would you think that you could use a similar model? Can this region really take flight? I'm here because I could not be here. And the reason is Nikos Kortidis and Konstantina. I met them 3-4 years ago. They came to the ex-Hilton, present the Elysian, to meet me. I was really impressed by the passion, by the vision. And a few days later, I came here. I had really underestimated the region. I had visited it. I was a general director of Porto Karas, which is a resort in Chalkidiki, and although it was very close to Kavala, I believe that it was really not underdeveloped, not really so good. But when I came here a second time, and Nikos Koutidis and Konstantina showed me the region, apart from the fact that I had these two visionaries, these wonderful personalities, but I had this wonderful area before me that I could compare with Tuscany. I will show you where it is. It's in the similar position with Tuscany, with Sardinia, etc. And I truly believe that we can work miracles here. We have to, but in the right way. And we have to go to the next stage, take it higher, and I'm sure this is going to be a reality in the future. And in the next event, I'm sure we're going to have more guests. I prepared 9 slides out of the 51 that I usually show. We had special presentations for students from the University of Athens, Pandio University, who visited Costa Navarino. I chose 8, 9 slides from these presentations, which show a different dimension. I will choose to watch them from the large screen. The concept of destination is synonymous to Costa Esmeralda. Why do I say that? Because the first European successful destination, which was developed and was successful, which was in northern Sardinia, a rocky area with small beaches. Is that the destination? Let's move on. Aga Khan in 1960 found this area and create a miracle, which is the most concentrated and most expensive destination we have in Europe. We moved forward. You can see the line that connects Sofrinio with Italy, Sardinia, and southern Barcelona. And what we call northern Greece is not northern Greece, is southeastern Europe. When in Europe they hear the word north, they flee. When they hear the word south, they want to come. The climatic conditions of recent years seem to favor this region. Maybe it's not very favorable in Crete. I think we're very close to Tunisia. Cyprus and Crete are very near the line of Africa. The 37th parallel is Costa Navarino, Sicily, and near Libya. When I went to Crete, and I was really, a while ago, I was there, and I believe that a large part of Crete was partly destroyed. So here we have a golden opportunity. You're rushing. Tourism is a great opportunity for Greece and a great trap, in my view. It's a great opportunity because today tourism, all forms of tourism, from vans, camper vans, to restaurants, accommodation, Airbnb, etc., give a huge profit to Greece, which reaches 34% of our GDP. You may correct me. You're special because you're very successful. The gentleman next to me, who is from the Greek Tourism Confederation, but this is true. Tourism and shipping are the 2 sectors that are approximately 50% of our GDP. This is very good for these 2 sectors, but for me, who after 42 years in the sector of tourism, I can see the trap. I do not see the cheese, I see the trap. We can't move further in the way that we're moving today unless we have very important rules of sustainability and quality. Why? Because out of this 34% that you see, maybe 2 out of, or 3 out of 10 are not profitable. They bring cheap tourism. We have no surplus value for the country, and very fast we have to move to that direction. But it's the job of the state very fast to restructure the development in tourism. Let's move on. We talked about Southeastern Europe. But we can see something else here. If we take the vertical axis that crosses the Adriatic from Finland downward, what is everything that is to the right? On the right is east, everything is on the left is the west. Everything on the right of Italy, we have 6 billion people. On the left, we have 2 billion people. A wonderful book was published that I would advise you to read, written by an American, Kaplan, The Revenge of History. In this book, the author describes how history started from China 3,000 years ago. It reached its peak in 2000, in the beginning of the 21st century in the US, and now history is moving to the east, to the Orient, cultural restructurings. So we should take this very seriously into consideration when structuring and constructing our future. The world is changing, and when we have these changes completed, new poles of attraction and new balances will be created. We cannot ignore that. Let's move on. One of the previous speakers said something that is not very true. Here is Europe and its vital sea. Everything that is blue is the zone, the economic zone of Europe, and in yellow is it's the UK that left Europe. In this slide, we see the great Greece. Greece is not a small country. Greece, geographically even, is a big country with its economic zone. It's bigger than Germany. The wealth of the sea is very important for the future of humanity. These, of course, are areas of the politicians and the government, how they're going to support and use this wealth so that we can make full use of it. The blue, the light blue that you see is the legal zone of economic zone of Greece. So our country is large. It's not small, and its people have a huge cultural tradition and many other gifts and traits. In this slide, you can see an unbelievable number. Greece has 1/3 of the Mediterranean coastline of Europe. There are many different approaches. You will see from 16,000 to this number, 20,800 kilometers of coastline. This is quite credible because it's from Wikipedia, but I'm not sure. We have 1/3 of the Mediterranean coastline of Europe. This is a huge number. It's a number that shows that we can easily absorb 50, 60 million if we are organized and if we create if we fix our problematic infrastructure. Our infrastructure, despite the wonderful efforts of the past 20, 25 years, are not even 50% of what we need ports, airports, water airports, etc. And the colleague from the water airports talked about this wonderful plan. I am a witness of the first seaplane that landed in Greece in 2006 from Canada, air seaplane by a company of Steve Aaron. I was then a general director of Porto Caras, landed the first seaplane. Finish. Could you please finish? I have to say what I have to say. Please. So from 2006 to today, we've had no seaplanes. It's really something that we cannot understand. It's related to the state, to private initiative, to infrastructure. I have to move on. What does a destination offer as a hub of growth and prosperity, improvement of the life of the people, upgrading of infrastructure, international promotion, employment, extension of the tourism period, tourist season, expansion? It's really a crime here. The first criminals are the people from Crete, who for the past 40 years worked for 4 months, for 6 months, for 5 months. They put the money in the pocket. Half of them went to Europe and the US and had fun. I've lived that. They came 1 month before they opened their shops or hotels. They grabbed the money and left. Greece, geographically, is destined to work 12 months. From Alikarnassos to Antalya, we have 2 small parts of Asia that still keep the Greek names. We have 200 beach hotels, 40 golf courses, 200 football courts, and 1,500 tennis courts. And from November to April, they host 3,500 groups of all sports for preparation. You cannot believe how many billions flow in southern Asia Minor. This is Asia Minor, it's not Turkey. We cannot have only one golf course in Crete because of the efforts of a single individual who saved it from destruction. You cannot invest 30, 40, 50, 100 million in a hotel that will open for 6 months. We are making too many mistakes in this country. It's high time we rationalized our development to the benefit of our citizens, especially our producers. And I would like to finish with production, to talk about what the minister said earlier. Yes, we did make that effort. I was the head of that effort. I was in Costa Navarino, director for destination. And now I work in Athens for the Elysian ex-Hilton. And we gathered all the agricultural products in the region. We codified them. We invited all the producers to talk to us. We united them, and we created as many products as they could supply us in competitive prices. They had no mediators, They earned a lot of money, and with the support of some locals, we employed citizens of the region. This course started in 2008. We started collecting CVs in May 2010. When we started Costa Navarino, we had 16 people from abroad, Australia, South Africa, to go back to the countries and work there. So we do have practices about how we should move forward. It's up to us to do things better for the future. Thank you very much.
Ο κύριος Στάνος, από το ΣΕΤΕ.
Mr. Stanos from the Greek Tourism Confederation. Good evening, everyone. I am delighted to be here. I was the Deputy Regional Governor of Tourism and Culture, and I came here 8 years ago with Mrs. Peristaeri, who had knocked on the door of the region of Central Macedonia and Mr. Tzitsikostas through her visionary mind in order to begin with this wonderful discovery of Kasta presented to us by Mr. Khazis. And I never expected that such a forum could be a reality, such a significant event for this region. So I'd like to warmly congratulate you, Mr. Kourtidis, and congratulate all those who have contributed so that we could speak of this region of Amphipolis tonight. Of course, as you said, tourism is a blessing. It does not only give 30% of the GDP, but it creates those conditions of extroversion that may affect the GDP even more. This 28 billion with regard to the direct contribution of tourism may be much more if we add the multiplier of the economy and the overall management of tourism with regard to extroversion and all the productive forces, manufacturing, agricultural production. All these sectors are a key to the tourism development. On the other hand, tourism is not an answer to all and not a panacea. The seasonal nature of tourism in Greece nowadays, as Mr. Hatziosif, can be isolated to 3 regions of Greece, 5 months a year, where 90% of the tourism revenue comes from. 5 regions out of the 13, 5 months out of 12. And that's why when we often hear about over-tourism, here at the Greek Tourism Confederation, we choose to speak about a spatial and temporal concentration of tourism that may cause problems but requires rational management. You spoke about underdevelopment and developing regions, talking about the broader region of Amphipolis, which we have delineated at this forum, starting from Thassos and reaching Thessaloniki. But I would like to also add the third finger of Chalkidiki. This is also a broader part of this region. And this is still under development. And since the new special plan for tourism has finally been put to consultation, which needs to be part of the reform agenda of this government, and it seems that from very early on, from the words of Mrs. Kefalogianni, the minister, that it has already been put to consultation with the relevant bodies, that it will help with regard to what we call sustainability. And this is not simply a word, that is a trend nowadays. It is very important. Right now, if we don't manage to keep our competitiveness high, because you know that tourism development is not a predefined success. It is something that we were looking for in the previous years. We have managed to achieve this, but if we don't safeguard it with quality terms, then we will risk losing it. Okay, well, last night I took a walk along the coast, and I noticed that along this beautiful long coast, there was no organized parking. Thousands of cars, people going in and out, trying to get through. Yes, sustainability is a key word, but what about this field in front of your shop? Why don't you fix it up so that it looks a bit more attractive, so that it is a bit more functional? Well, in all tourism organizations, there is the term DMOs, the Destination Management Organizations. We, who used to work in local authorities, used to look for promotion in the past, but now what is of interest to us is the tourist management and quality services and entrepreneurship. Natural and cultural resources we have in abundance. And congratulations, Mr. Cortidis, for the brand name The Great, because it goes hand in hand with the slogan for tourism in Central Macedonia, which is do something great. That is the way that Alexander the Great followed on his campaign to Asia and the steps of Apostle Paul. But what's going to make the difference right here, right now, are the people at the end of the day. And the question of staffing actually is the hardest problem that such a strategic investment will have to face. Thank you very much. Mrs. Tanya Fuseki, representing SoFine, you have the word. Let me say a few words about SoFine. First of all, it is a branding company and a communications company. And within this framework, we do branding for companies, hotels, destinations, and 360 communication. I would like to congratulate Mr. Kourtidis and Kourtidis Group, along with Mrs. Konstantina Dimitrova, for undertaking this initiative, as well as the municipality of Amphipoli. This is indeed an excellent initiative, and congratulations for that. I know that you were able to organize this forum in a very quick period, and you have done so impeccably. And I do hope that this institution will continue each year and that you will set an example for the whole of Greece, because indeed your initiative is very important indeed, and what we are discussing today is very significant too. So we are involved in branding. We approved by international companies also for our work. So what about the branding of this region? We do branding for hotels around the world, and that's why Mr. Kourtidis also invited us to do the branding in this wonderful project that he is embarking on. And we saw the logo a few minutes ago, inspired by Alexander the Great. When I visited this region first time, I was truly impressed by the authenticity of this destination. Secondly, by the complexity of its natural beauty. And truly, its history and cultural heritage blew me away. As Mr. Gulega said, coming to this region, you really feel the culture and the history. And I was inspired by the vision and the passion of the Kourtidis Group, because these people actually work miracles, and they inspired us to work on this project. So what we try to do is to build a destination. We saw this small gem in the region, which has not been discovered yet. And that's why we need to shed light on it, we believe, and create a destination here. How? Well, as the Deputy Minister said in the previous panel, we need to create a myth. And that's what we want to do, and we're inspired to build this project based on the local characteristics, its beauty, its cultural heritage, its history, Alexander the Great, its wineries, its religious tourism. There are many, many assets that this land has to offer. And we want to create its myth. Did you know, for example, that place names in the past were based on the weapons used by Alexander the Great? For example, Ofrinio used to have the name Sariza because that was the weapon that they used in the Macedonian phalanx. Or do you know that this is a region whose cultural heritage is recognized by UNESCO, since there are many civilizations that have crossed these paths? So this is what precisely we wanted to highlight, the local identity, the beauty of this region, to strengthen also its image, until its stories. We wanted to create an attractive narrative for the hotel and for the region as a whole, because these are interrelated. The land is budgeted for the hotel and the hotel vice versa. When will the first campaign be launched? Well, you'll have to ask Mr. Kurtidis. I think you need to make haste. And this campaign can also establish the branding of the destination we want to create. This project will definitely upgrade the local area and make it an attractive destination to visitors and investors as well. Thank you very much.
Ms. Eleni Sotiriou, who is the senior consultant of the Thessaloniki Convention Bureau. When we have, for example, a number of doctors coming together, not just that, no. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. What we have heard and seen here were really very important. The Convention Bureau of Thessaloniki are one of the two convention bureaus in Greece. The other is in Athens, and these are agencies for the attraction of convention tourism. And this is a type of tourism that is very profitable, and there are many different parallel activities, all business, travels, corporate and incentive trips, and all large organizations and events. As I said, there are two agencies, but our agency has very close cooperation with the region of Central Macedonia when Mr. Thanos was the vice governor for tourism, because the area where these very large events are held contributes with its own supplementary activities which are necessary for visitors. So we had the 60-minute trial where people can, which people can visit, and in a single day they can have a supplementary activity in their business activity. For example, what I would like to contribute to this discussion, and we heard quite a lot about the extension of the tourist season, which is very important, and business travel is very important for this extension, and also the dissemination to a broader sector of business people and employees. And the region here has all the characteristics that can allow it to expand beyond the sun and sea traditional model. We have we are 1 hour by car from main airport. That's not too far. It would take 1 hour for you to go from Milan downtown to its airport, and the same for London and Heathrow. So this is very important. We have so many different activities, wineries, archaeological sites, natural beauties. It has all the necessary characteristics that can allow it to expand to a different tourist product. And since we are at the stage of branding and creating a different product, we should take that into consideration to give it a different dimension and help the entire region. So it's not just doctors and trips. What I'm saying is that for a business trip to be organized, a conference, apart from an amphitheater, for accommodation, for suites, for CEOs and other type of accommodation, we must have things to do. That's why I talk about that there are many airports and a lot of accommodation that is much better elsewhere. But the difference is in the other activities that the region has to offer, its unique trades, and the fact that since we have a saturation in business trips, organizers try to find alternative destinations. We've all made business trips to Lisbon, Barcelona, Paris and London. We have the same destinations in the past decade. So people are looking for alternative destinations, and delegates would be much more willing to go to different places. And let me add that experience is an alternative, is the comparative advantage. That's what we do in branding. We should give experience, and experience comes with local products and supplementary activities. Thank you very much. We're not going to have a second round. We don't have the time for that. Please stand up so that we hand you your gifts. Mr. Carlos Shechab from the Curtidis group will hand the gifts to all the participants.
Και μία αναμνηστική φωτογραφία.
And a family photo.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Αντιπρόεδρο.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yorgandas, thank you very much for coming here. Mr. Hadji Yosif, Ms. Fuseki, Ms. Sotiri, thank you very much. A very good friend here, a distinguished journalist, Mr. Athanasios Ellis. You know him. Let's give him an applause. Thanasis, we've worked together. That's why you see us so familiar with one another. He's going to be the moderator of the next panel. And he's lived in the US for many years, so he knows Greek Americans. He's also a journalist and chief editor of Kathimerini English edition. And he's going to tell us a few things about investment of Greek Americans in the region. A myth or a reality? Mr. Athanasios Ellis.
Είμαι πολύ σύντομος γιατί έχουμε αργήσει.
I'm going to be very brief because it's getting late. I was asked to share with you some thoughts of mine because I have indeed spent most of my life in the US. I still have a flat in Washington and keep coming and going. And I only arrived 3 days ago. I haven't been involved in the business sector. I mainly work in geopolitical issues, the relationship between the US and Greece, the role of the US, good or bad for our region, Greek-Cypriot relations, etc. However, since Greek Americans are a group that always play an important financial role and there are many prospects to be valorized, I'd like to share my thoughts with you. To approach Greek Americans, you need people who know them well because a personal touch is always important for them. It facilitates the whole process. The product sells itself. Amphipolis sells itself, we could say. What is also selling well is the local geography, the map showing that it is close to the other Balkan capital cities and countries. And this is an argument that we often use geopolitically with American diplomats, saying that compared to Turkey, we may be a small country of 10 million, but we are a route to the Balkans and Europe. And we are the superpower of an area of 60, 70, 80 million. And that's something that the investor takes into account seriously. Greek Americans, from what I know of them, will not come, fortunately or unfortunately, to invest in their own country for the good of the country. They will do so to make money. So very often, wrongly in our mind, we think they are locals. Why not come? They will come only if they know that they have the same possibility of making money, and instead of going to Budapest or elsewhere, they'll go to Peloponnese or Amphipolis. They won't come simply to help the country, apart maybe from some humanitarian acts to help with the hospital, ambulances, or whatever. They will make an investment here based purely on business criteria. We often also say that we are a country with a high taxation. Yes, partly we are. But speaking to investors on a friendly level, I'm not involved in business journalism, but with people I talk to in journalism in New York and Washington, well, all business people would like zero taxation, okay. But the main counter-incentive is the absurd constant change of laws and the lack of stability. And I often hear people who are managing a lot of millions say, I'm not so interested in a higher tax of 1 or 2 or 3%. But if it's 3% more than what I want, okay, I can manage it. I will make it part of my strategic plan, okay. But what I cannot manage, and this is what foreigners often say and the Greek Americans say, is the change in taxation policies and other procedures. An investor comes, they make a long-term plan, and suddenly, in the second, third year, or retrospectively in many cases, justifiably so or not, even if the measure is just, is correct, a person thinks, I'm going to do this in 10, 15 years. The tax is higher, okay, I'll plan for it. But if the government changes or things change in 3 or 4 years, then this subverts the whole investment. And that is a fear they have in mind. Change of government is one fear. Second mistake that politicians make. They all want to win the elections. They all want to bring investments. Okay, I understand that. But the main problem they do, all governments do, is that they promote their own government and say that we are a government that will promote investment. If we win, we will do that, we will do that. But investors are not interested in ideologies. They want a long-term plan. So the best argument from a government, from today's government, let's say, and I saw that before the national elections, where they were saying, we are a pro-investor government, and if we come out, are in office, you have no fear. Well, investors, when they hear politicians who are now in government say that, well, if the other party comes in power, I don't know what will happen. Well, then investors won't come. So then this government will lose out as well. Then what they need to say is that whoever is in power on a regional basis, on a governmental level, etc., don't worry, the country is on the right route. And even if you speak positively of your political opponents, that will be for your benefit, because investors will hear you and come and invest on a long-term basis. And if you remain in government and you stay in government, then you will be able to be credited with the whole procedure of this investment initiative. I have often been to conferences with Greeks of the diaspora, and I think it would be useful, although we don't yet have the infrastructure in other regions around here. Some steps for such conferences are being organized. Thessaloniki is a bit far from this, but if you can bring here during the conference, you'll see that Amphipolis can sell itself with a Greek-centered focus. A lot of people come to Greece for the Acropolis. The Cypriots from the diaspora go to Cyprus each year. The Ahepans were here last year, so there are many Greek-American organizations, not necessarily a conference, but groups of 2,000 or 3,000 of people who can bring many resources to the region. And then this leaves a footprint, a mark on the region, and they tell others, and others come too. This happens with people from many countries, not only the Greek Americans that I know about. Also, their children. They try to find ways to connect regions with interests, with issues of interest to their children, such as Greek history. Amphipolis can serve itself with that as well. So I don't know whether this can be through conferences or events connected to sport also that could attract the children of Greek Americans through their schools, students. For example, in Athens, we had at the college 100 people visiting, 100 kids. Sarbanis was there, and the young kids were there from America who had a wonderful time, wanted to come back, and then, of course, they'll tell their friends, and they'll come in groups, and one thing leads to another. Greek kids will stay. Foreigners may go to one country 1 year and to another next year, but Greeks have an added incentive to come again and again. It just needs proper planning. I also heard that there was a direct contact with New York. Well, interpersonal relationships are very important for Greek Americans. It's good to be organized, to show them slides, and give them books, and promote everything online, but an interpersonal relationship is something totally different for Greek Americans because they have an additional sensitivity for Greece. So whether it's this group or the region or the combination of the regions, often we see that municipalities do not collaborate, but in this case we see exactly the opposite. And the state support also, and private initiative. So there could be a procedure put in place that could regularly send a small group in a targeted manner, mainly to New York, but also to Chicago, where there is intense activity. And actually nowadays, one of our most dynamic Greek Americans is from Chicago, and he brings groups of young people to Greece each year. Sometimes we think US is New York. No, there are other places as well, and Canada. So maybe there could be an annual or a more regular group of 2 or 3 people who know the subject very well, who know the local people there very well, and can work on a promotion on a personal level. But also, they need to pay attention because sometimes we have people who have ulterior motives. Not everybody is a pure professional. In many cases, they may apply pressure on governments, on people in order to get a project simply because they know how things work and they put pressure on the government to undertake the project. So in this case, we need to be a bit skeptical with regard to Greek Americans on certain occasions because we may fall into traps. They're not all the same. Most of them, middle-sized businessmen also, are not interested in doing things under the table, which seems to be the rule in our country. I knew a man in America, for example, who was asked to join an SRF project, and we will also enter the project. But he decided not to invest because he felt bad. He felt that things were being done in an underhand way. So we need to give incentives. We need a personal relationship. He is a businessman, after all, not an angel. But this excessive willingness to do things under the table for most Greek Americans is not as effective as it may have been if we were talking about Greeks living in Greece. Things are different there. They also have an element of naivete. I wanted to say much more, but somebody's telling me that I need to finish. I hope I shed some light on these issues. And now I think it's time for the third and final session before we conclude. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. A few years ago, these investments, hearing about investments by Greek Americans in our region, may sound like a joke, but today it seems to be a reality, and you seem to confirm this. As long as we have the quality characteristics that can invite, attract even the most difficult investors. Yes, and this is a much lower cost compared to other regions because the region has not yet fully developed, so now is the time to come. Thank you very much indeed. Now I would like to ask the Deputy President, who is very fond of the US and participates in these missions, to hand Mr. Ellis our souvenir gift. Thank you.
And now I would like to call to the panel our panelists. Could I have the list, Mr. Sklavos, as they appear on the agenda? Mr. Akis Sklavos, who is from Enterprise Greece, General Director of Strategic Investment. This is part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we have come to our last session, which is technocratic, but for you it has quite a lot of information. Thank you for staying so late with a lot of patience. You enjoy these wonderful contributions, and I'm sure you will enjoy a wonderful panel. Mr. Andreas Dimitriadis, who's Senior Director of Investment Centers for Northern Greece from Piraeus Bank. Mr. Apostolos Bouzanis, CPA from Grant Thornton. Ms. Ria Voyadziksena, co-founder and CEO for Elastic. And last but not least, Mr. Yannis Markenos, who is Deputy Mayor for Tourism from the island of Thassos. I will start with you, and we should move rather quickly because we're nearing midnight. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Amphipolis Forum and the Kortidas Group for giving us the opportunity to present the activities of Enterprise Greece and your region in Central Macedonia and Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. We don't often have this opportunity. Enterprise Greece is supervised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it promotes exports of Greek products abroad, and it attracts investment from abroad, and it tries to mature investments from Greek businessmen within the country, domestically. I will say a few things about what we do in relation to exports and what we try to do in order to help exporters. The first thing we do is we prepare bulk spaces in major fairs abroad for specific important sectors that deal with entrepreneurship and comparative advantages of the country, like construction material, food and beverages. And we have many fairs around the world. These are very important fairs. Let's get the example for food and beverages. We go to Insial, we go to, in France, we go to the Gulf, and we try to follow all major fairs. We also have extra services. We support smaller exporters and those who make their first steps in exports, about how they can enter a market, what are the supply channels. From our experience in the past years, from participating in forums, in fora, and fairs and exhibitions and the various events, we participating around the world. Other than that, you can find Export Help Desk on our website. It's a gate which can lead you to a number of things. We have bought international databases that are quite expensive and they're very difficult to have access. If you're a small businessman or a medium businessman, you can find information about the market, trends of the market, customer databases, which combined with our services for specific countries, because sometimes we target countries that are outside the map that would be in the mind of a businessman initially. Now, going very fast to the investment sector, what we do is we try to support green investment that is going to create an industry, an energy infrastructure, tourism accommodation in the country. How do we do that? We help a project mature, especially in the permits processing. We try to do matchmaking. We go abroad in international fora. We create B2Bs initiatives, business to business discussions, so that we know people who have, or bring together people who have a common objective, or bring them into contact with funds and foreign banks, etc. We also prepare business missions undertaken by the Prime Minister, the President of the Hellenic Republic, or ministers. As far as strategic investment is concerned, this is an institutional framework which aims at supporting major investment of over 20 million euros, investment which are going to have an important impact on the Greek economy or our local economy. This impact can be, apart from qualitative indicators, bring turnover, taxes, jobs, or it can be transfer of know-how, innovation, R&D. And we have two packages of benefits under Law 4864 of 2021. The first has to do with urban regulations through a spatial instrument, or ad hoc, change land use, change the urban planning indicators, distances from other areas, and we have an acceleration of the permitting process. We have a general secretariat which focuses on issuing permits and solve problems that such projects may face. And it's very important to say, through this spatial planning instrument, we give the opportunity to create specific urban planning, create two things, either industrial or other receptors, or create a plan for tourism accommodation, large complexes of 1,000 strema, and create 100, 200, 400, 800 units. Also incentives. This is a special instrument. It's open throughout the year. It doesn't fall under the restrictions of the development law for a particular threshold for particular funds that an investment project can receive. We have a special map where we cover a specific percentage of a project based on certain indicators. Tax incentives we have for all types of investment. We have incentives that are related to R&D and their cash grants. We have incentives that are related to employee cost up to 5 million. We have a specific budget for that. And we also have a special category, emblematic investment, which have specific characteristics which are related to innovation, R&D, circular economy, green investment, like hydrogen, floating photovoltaics or offshore wind parks, etc. to companies and projects that are included in this category. If we look at the figures, the region of Central Macedonia does have some strategic investment, some in the sector of energy and tourism. And now, of course, we're talking about those undertaken in the past 10 years. But when we go to the region of Eastern Macedonian Thrace, things are very, very limited. We don't have anything in tourism. We do have something in industry and energy. We hope that the Great Resort project will be one of those that we will support. Will it? We hope. We hope. So, like the previous speaker said, we have a great opportunity. The natural landscapes are wonderful. We have endless beaches. We have a cultural and historic background which can be promoted. And as again previous speaker said, you have the opportunity to make your next steps inclusive, make them include sustainability, balanced development, development that will be disseminated across all the entire of society. And we hope that you can move forward with this model, and we hope to have a couple of emblematic pilot investment which are going to support the region and give it a boost for the future. Could we move forward, please? I'm not sure we're going to have time for a second round of interventions. Last thing about strategic investment, I'm mainly talking about the local authorities in the region. What we're doing is try to work as developments for a port, for a building that are in the private ownership of municipalities. So we go to municipalities, we consider a project and investment that may have added value, especially in the field of the tourism sector in destinations that are not very well known. So we try to support landmark investment projects. Here we have a marina that we are going to develop in Vlicho, in Lefkada. We have 2 or 3 similar projects, and it would be a great pleasure to have discussions with the municipalities of the 2 regions if there are any active projects that we could move forward. The final benefit will be to the municipality. We have an international call for proposals, and it's the municipality that will get the final lease fees. Now about urban planning. Here you can see the 2 regions. In green and white, we have non-developed areas. In dark blue and light blue, developed and further developing regions. In red, a very small part in Pieria. Developed again. So what do we see? That there is a lot of room for the development of a wonderful tourism product in the beautiful area. Thank you very much. Now we go to the Piraeus Bank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for doing me the honor to invite me to this forum. I would like to thank all of you, of course, to be patient enough to be sitting here on a Friday night at 11:30 and listen to a banking executive speak, and also say that this forum is an extreme initiative, an extremely important initiative for a group such as yours, Nico and Konstantina. Well done. I am a senior director of the business centers for Northern Greece of the Bank of Piraeus. We have 4 units serving this area, one of which is located in Kavala, which is responsible for entrepreneurship in Northern Greece. I'd like to say that this was a strategic decision made by the bank, and it is the only bank that has done this, that is, to maintain a business unit in northeastern Greece, and therefore I will invite you to embrace this initiative of the bank and support the unit. Our unit serves the daily needs and investment requirements of 2,500 businesses covering all sectors. A lot has been said about which the key sectors are in this region. Well, whether we like it or not, agri-nutrition, I would say, is number 1, and all these businesses that focus on the processing of agricultural and animal breeding products. And then comes tourism and all other sectors, which means that there is a lot of room for growth. As a bank, we aim in the next few years to continue with an increase in financing. In 2023, in northern Greece, we disbursed 800 million new funding, and based on the figures of the first semester of 2024, we are now moving forward at a much more rapid pace. And a personal bet that I have for my unit is that in 2 years from now, we will exceed 1 billion in new disbursements each year for the businesses of northern Greece. How do we want to do this? We want to do it by aiming at sustainable investment opportunities available to all based on ESG terms. Of course, you've heard the term ESG in recent years, and you will hear it more often said in the future. This is an absolute necessity, and I think we need to speak about this need, that is to guide entrepreneurship on the road of sustainability, reduction of the environmental footprint, in order for us to be proud in a few years' time to have achieved the goals of our country with regard to its environmental footprint. How can we do this, however? In recent years, you all know, and most of you are business people, we see that the business community is used to subsidized funding, guaranteed funding, and we have abandoned the old banking practices of the past. Such programs still exist and will continue to exist to the future. For example, today we have the Entrepreneurship Fund, which is governed by EAT, and it is currently running the Invest EU with the European Investment Fund, and also the Recovery Fund, which is moving forward at a slower pace. And I urge you to take advantage of this colossal financing program. Just think that we are speaking about a program with 18 plus 18 billion euros in capital. If you take into account that our GDP is 220, and this is a colossal program which we believe will not be repeated in the future. So the funding is available. What's missing? What's missing are sustainable investment plans. I believe that all banks nowadays are expecting business people to bring such sustainable investment plans to their banks. The funding, the willingness to support these plans exist. So do hasten to do so, because the program will conclude in 2 years' time from today. And we don't know if it will be extended. We hope it will be, but we don't know so. So the banks have the liquidity. Yes, they do. The Bank of Piraeus, for example, right now, for a portfolio of 35 billion in loans, has a deposit basis of 60 billion. The upgrading of all banks, including Piraeus, in the investment level shows that they have the capacity. Yes, but a lot of business people don't dare to come or don't choose to come to the banks. They need to look at banks as consultants nowadays. They need to sit down with us so that we can explain to them what the banks of the new era have to offer. Some people still think that the banks are something to be frightened of. No, that's not the truth. Come and talk to us about your investment plans and adjust them to current needs, to the requirements of our auditors, the European Central Bank, and all those involved in the stability of the system in Europe, so that we can put forward sound investment plans, and you can be sure that you'll find the support you need. What do you have to say about this, Mr. Bouzanis? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate. Just a couple of words about Grant Thornton. It is a company that offers taxation, auditing, and consultancy services, and in recent years, supporting our clients. The company has developed, it has doubled its personnel. 380 people are now working in the company all over Greece, with offices in Thessaloniki, Crete, Athens, Ioannina, and Rhodes, which means that we are also supporting the companies of northern Greece through Thessaloniki and of Epirus through Ioannina. Now, some key points with regard to what was said by our interlocutors earlier about tourism. According to the United Nations, Greece is the 9th global destination with regard to international arrivals, amounting to about 39 million visitors per annum. And it is 21st with regard to the growth rate of tourism. However, what do we see happen at the same time? That this distribution is mainly addressed to Southern Aegean, Crete, Attica, and Peloponnese, and then to areas such as the region of Central Macedonia and Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. Central Macedonia including mainly Chalkidiki. So we see that there's a great opportunity. If we look at 2023 at the arrivals by road, we see that we have 10 million, mainly going to Central and Eastern Macedonia, Thrace, Kavala, and Thassos in the case of this region. What else do we see happen in tourism? What is a trend in tourism then? How are things changing? We're talking about the high end, but I don't know if this is also reflected in the needs of ordinary citizens and Greeks, because we don't know if things have got out of hand to some extent. Yes, you're right to say so. We see a trend towards luxury tourism, actually. If we look at the plans for new tourism complexes in Greece of more than 100 million, mainly in Aegean, Crete, and the Peloponnese again. However, I'd like to point out that these investments may provide a higher added value to the regions where they are implemented, better jobs through certain tools mentioned previously by our interlocutors, and also strengthening of the local community. For example, in Eastern Macedonia, Thrace, we are lacking such investments like the one of Alexandrou Chora project that was mentioned earlier. And that is the overall trend. Thank you.
Now to the lady of our panelists, Ms. Ria Voyadzik-Xenou. You have one company that has been awarded for what you were doing. A few things about Elastic. Thank you, Mr. Kourtidis, or rather Nikos and Konstantina and the whole group, because the group that have been working in this project, Tonya, that got the inspiration for the name, we are visionaries, and I'm very honored to be participants in this project. Let me say a few things about the company. Our offices are in Greece and Athens. I and my husband started it, but we have set up offices in Toronto, in Dubai, in London, and we create high-end resorts, high luxury accommodation from international brands, one and only, Louis Vuitton, all these brands that you may have heard of. It's about 80% of our turnover. Around projects around the world, we may have been invited to design. Thank you very much. I have a map here. We have been invited to create an Amman in Mexico, which is over 1 billion. And we are architects from Greece, and we're going to Mexico to design something that is of real high value, really high value. So why would someone call an architect from Greece to design in the Caribbean, in America, and Saudi Arabia? The answer is one. We design and we do architecture that is experiential. We design for the person who uses, for the user, for the land. There is sensitivity, no egoism. We don't, no selfishness. We don't design for ourselves. When we design a project, we spend a lot of time in the area. We try to think of the land, the wind, the trees, nature. We trace history, culture, myths, anything that this area can give us. Up to the present, this happened in countries abroad. When the Kourtidis group came and asked us to cooperate for Alexandrou Chora, it was a great honor, and we were very moved because we would finally do something for our own country. This was really very emotional for us because there was great wealth in the history of this area, a lot of things that it has to give, and the love that the whole group has shown for this project. Within this framework, within this context, the fact that we have to work in relation to the area, the architecture that we use has to respect the architecture of the area. In particular, Greek architecture has a Greek character, have low density. In other words, if you go there, you should feel that there is a balance between the structured, the built landscape and the natural landscape. So we went to the property, we acknowledged all its beauties and all its elements. So we created something that is really nice, very beautiful, and I'm sure that in the very near future we're going to have something very beautiful to show, and it will receive awards, not just in Greece but internationally. With this very optimistic and hopeful and I hope realistic message, we now go to the deputy mayor so that we get the views of the local authorities.
Yes, I am particularly pleased to be here today since Nikos and Dina have emphatically proven that this whole area can comprise a unified tourism and investment destination. And this is something that a lot of us believed in, and all our efforts have focused and continue to focus precisely on this objective. So we believe that this is an excellent opportunity to continue with this collaboration even more in an even more focused manner. Starting from 2010, we shall see that this whole region, including the island of Thasos, the number of beds compared to this day have remained the same in number. So, of course, Airbnbs used to be 0 in 2010, and now there are more than 15,000 on beds of non-key accommodation have increased more than 50%. So this is a clear message for us, and it is obvious that the region needs some emblematic investments, and it is clear also that it is ready to accept them, to welcome them and support them, and to become extremely attractive for investments as results. This is one of our goals, therefore, and we believe that very soon we need to see this put into practice. Of course, such investments not only have to do with the private sector, the public sector at the same time should also move in the same direction, since we estimate that more than 50% of what an investor is looking for and what the healthy investment climate requires in order to be successful has to do with the public sector. So it is for us a challenge and a goal to achieve this harmony in investments between the public and private sector. What is a very positive note that we need to keep in mind is that we have all perceived that this is a virgin region, that there is a lot of room for investment, both in the sector of tourism and in other fields that tourism provides high added value to. So I think we managed our goal, although it's got a bit late, but I don't know if any one of you would like to add something at the last minute. You have answered my question, more or less. So one last comment, if any of you would like, just for 1 minute. Let's just add something about interest rates. We know that we are in a downward trend, which means that investments will be less costly in the next few years with regard to level of financing. Inflation is also starting to drop. Our growth rate is much higher than the EU average, so I think it's time to think of investments finally. Mrs. Vagazeo, did you want to add something? Yes, I had a presentation that I hadn't shown just for lack of time. I don't know if we can do so now, just that I could add a couple of words. Yes, I just wanted to say that in relation to strategic investments abroad, The idea of a strategic investment, mixed use that is to have a hotel, a result that is combined with homes that are sold, which is something that we're talking about in this case as well, yes, but also generally speaking, this idea abroad has been in place for the last 15 or 20 years, and therefore it has reached a point where it is now done in a milder way, and the level of building, the respect for the landscape and the sustainability are all taken into account. And gradually, I believe that in Greece we need to do the same so that we don't harm our own country. And with this opportunity, let me show you some of our projects since we're nearing the end of the evening. This is Amman in Mexico. With a hotel, home, spa, inspired by nature and related to beautiful views, open to the sea, concrete construction, which is currently being completed and will be in operation 2024, the key building. And here, a project that we have done with Amman Results. When I created the new brand, we created Janu, once again inspired by the myths of Montenegro. This has also gone forward and has become a beautiful hotel. And based on this initial project, Janu in Tokyo is also opening in New York. I think we have paved the way for this brand. This is a project in the Caribbean, in the Dominican Republic, a spa, banyan tree, a beautiful project in Greece, in Barco, which is fully integrated with the landscape and has all the Greek elements with the use of local stone. Just a quick taste of how architecture can bring an area to the level of quality it deserves. The most beautiful aesthetic end to this session. And in conclusion, I don't know whether you want to add something. This is the first time I've visited the region for one day, a virgin area, which has a lot for future investors. I see a lot of natural wealth, primary production, tourism prospects. So I think that it's up to you and to every other stakeholder, the regional authorities, the municipalities, the state, and everyone for these things to happen. Thank you very much. I wish you the best of success. Time for a family photo? Yes. Last photo, last images, last moments of the first Amphipolis Forum. Thank you all. The financial director of Cortidis Group, Mrs. Despina Geroftalmou, will be awarding the gifts to the speakers. Thank you very much. Although a technocratic topic, I think your presentations were exceptionally interesting, and thank you for the final images, Ria.
Ωραία. Και μια αναμνηστική φωτογραφία. Ναι, ναι.
Family photo now.
Ο Όμιλος Κουρτίδη, ο Δήμος...
Cortidis Group and the municipality of Amphipolis are very happy today. We had a wonderful evening, and closing this evening, I would like to thank you. We gave gifts to all participants, but we forgot to give a gift to someone who has stolen our hearts and has been doing that for many years, Mr. Mayor of Amphipoli, the president of Kurtidis Group, a vice president. This souvenir, this gift from this evening. Let me tell you this. In the next forum, I don't know if I'll be here, but that's of no importance. People are going to leave other engagements and come here. They will say, I can't go, I can't come to your meeting because I will be in the Amphipolis Forum. And a family photo, dear Carl.
Είμαι ιδιαίτερα συγκινημένος.
I really feel very moved. Our souls are full, our eyes are full. I would like to thank, really from the depths of my heart, all the people who worked here, all of you who stayed so late, all our visitors, all our guests, and I promise that next year is going to be even better. I would also like to thank all the people who have been working so hard under very dire conditions in such high temperatures, and we managed to organize this in just 1 month. Thank you all for being here with us, who believed in what we organized. I would like to say that apart from all the politicians and businessmen who were here, we also had businessmen from abroad, not just the countries, from the countries that were mentioned, but from other countries as well, like Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and we'll wait to see the impact of this event. Thank you very much.